Welcome back to the Select Board meeting. Resuming at 6:45 p.m. We'll just remind everyone that this is being recorded and broadcast. We're going to move into discussion regarding the voting location. Mr. Newton, if you'd come join us. Evening. So we discussed in a prior meeting about the voting location and now having recreation stuff and department downstairs at Town Hall obviously has impacted our standard voting location. So I think we left with some questions about could it be done upstairs temporarily, at least for the foreseeable future till we come up with a different plan long term or a different location. So yeah, I think you were going to take that and come back with some thoughts.
Right, exactly. I think also Brian included some information that I received from other town clerks and stuff. Brian and I did take a look at the upstairs and we talked about it a bit. And I do think that certainly for the town election, it's worthwhile to do a trial there because I think we can make it work. It'll be different for people, I think, but I don't think it'll be insurmountable. And then we'll have better information after that as to whether we want to continue onward. We do have a primary in September and the state election in November. So we'll kind of gauge what we think the quantity of people might be. And also by then, maybe we'll know what the legislation is going to be because there's currently a bill that looks as though it's going to pass. It says that for the primary and for the state election that they're going to do mail-in election balloting again. And that greatly reduces the number of people that show up at the polls. And if that's the case, I would probably say we might stay right at the town hall. Might not be a bad option, even if we have to stay upstairs for a period of time. So I guess my recommendation at this point is can we wait and see after the town election and kind of revisit it quickly and maybe have to tweak it at that point. I don't know what your thoughts might be, but we think it's doable.
Okay. And I think, I'm not sure if you were here for that meeting, Bill, so we also, Scott and I discussed closing the town hall for regular business that day to not try to have both going on. So it would be just focused on elections only.
That would have been my question was, with the offices open, how is that going to interfere with the election and the election interfere with the offices?
Yep.
So.
And as it turns out, the offices actually do want to be open. The last day, I believe, to pay the tax bill is election day for us, town election day. Okay. So, the tax office has to be open. And again, we talked at length about that. We still think we can make that work by leaving a pathway and, it'll, it won't be spacious, but it should be workable. And probably, all the offices at that point could be open and, we'll leave ways for people to get to them if they have business. The primary business, of course, would be with the tax person, but.
So do we anticipate, have we anticipated controlling how the traffic comes in for election?
In terms of guidance? Yes. Yeah, we have this plastic tape kind of thing that we can kind of set up areas that kind of guide people as to how they should go, and there'll be some signage to let people know that we're upstairs now, not downstairs. People can still use the elevator, obviously, to get up to the third floor that may need that. Yeah.
So I mean, in terms of letting people in who are there to vote. Let's say, for instance, there's 20 people standing outside. 20 people aren't going to come in all at one time.
I think that it'll be just like it is downstairs. I mean, occasionally on a heavy, like presidential election day, there's people that are lined up and halfway up the stairs. Mm-hmm. So I would envision that people would be on the landing, those few stairs there, and maybe out the door a little bit if it ever got that. But I don't envision that for the town election. Yeah.
I have no concerns with it. I think using the smaller town election makes sense as a test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll give us a real sense for how this will work and how much space everything takes up. I mean, we didn't take out rulers and measure inch by inch, but we kind of judged things and said, yeah, I think we can fit things in here as we need to.
And traffic flow, I'm assuming you're envisioning coming in, coming up, and then going down the
That's an
Route
option
2
for
stairs
people
and
that
then
can do
circling
that.
back out?
Yeah, for people that can do that, but for people that, especially those that need to use the elevator.
Of course.
We would put them in, the old selectman's office, the back door by my door there, and out and then back to the elevator. They'd have to kind of go that way, yeah.
That makes sense.
And we talked about that a bit. We don't necessarily want everybody to go that way, because I'm not sure we want that kind of foot traffic through there. Because, Betsy might be in there, Mariah might be in there. I don't know what'll happen on that day, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think for this one, makes sense to give it a try and see, and then we discussed, here or maybe at the library, and I think if we have to consider another location, maybe the library's, large meeting room, it has 2 ways in and out, so it might be something for the future if we need larger space.
Right, something that we can think about there and use that. And it's also, if that was something that was going to be a permanent location, I certainly would like some storage space over there, so I don't have to schlep everything every time for an election, but I don't know what the plans are, how long you think the rec department stuff is going to be down there. So, we can play that by ear, I'm sure.
Just to know, and I think it's some of what you provided, maybe if you can summarize it, if we do need to change location between this one and the next, is that just a act of the board with a certain amount of time ahead of the election and notification to all the residents? Is that what I got out of what you sent generally?
Yeah, we have to, the board has to obviously vote to move it, but there's also a survey that we have to fill out that specifies the ADA compliance. And then what I'm told by Joe Judd, the town clerk up in Chubham Falls, who just recently went through this, is that the Secretary of State's office likely will want to come out and do their own examination of it before they give approval. So, we're going to want some time. I mean, as I understand it, the law says, I forget what it was, 20 days before or something like that, but I think
so.
you need more time than that to get the Secretary's office out here.
But we should have plenty of time between
Yes.
the May, town election and the primary.
Yeah, the September election, I think, is the 6th
Yeah.
of September. It's the
So we've got
Tuesday
a-
after
we've got
Labor
a few
Day, anyway.
months.
Yeah, three or so months.
Which also, if you were to move it for that one, might create an issue for getting into the library at an appropriate time to get set up and, whatever. We'll talk about that when the time comes, yeah.
If need be.
So can we ask you to come back to us in, late May or early June on
Absolutely.
thoughts and feedback on how it went and recommendations?
Yep.
Okay. Does
And,
that work for?
Yep.
that'll be
Would
great.
Works.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll go back to the top, discussion regarding town response to COVID-19. Any updates, Brian?
Just prior to this meeting, you got
The-
weekly case counts from the previous week. And our case counts have continued to decline.
Down to 10.
Okay, yeah, I hadn't seen it yet. Yeah, okay. So 2021 10, so we've come down. Anything else? Any questions?
None.
Okay.
No.
Any updates regarding discussion, traffic control, Irving Center impacted by the Church Street Bridge?
Not at this time. Though, is there, following up on your last meeting, you all discussed scheduling another conversation about the bridge
Yes.
as an agenda topic? So I don't know if you have a date in mind.
Let's firm that up at either the 28th or the following meeting. I don't want it to, we need to do it soon.
Agreed.
So, within the next 2 meetings. Review the Arch Street the Arch Street forced sewer main change order requests. So we've had some proposed change orders from Aqualine Utility with regards to the Arch Street forced sewer main. And we have been presented with change order number 3, which encompasses 5 proposed change orders totaling $28,592.84. In summary, Arch Street pump station connection, this was connecting it at the station. Unknown 6-inch clay pipe repair, this was found under Route 2, and we gave them direction to repair it, and later found it was an active line, so it was necessary. Removal of contaminated materials handling of them at the right-of-way on Tim's RV's property. Additional change order related to the clay pipe repair under Route 2. And then the prior forced main abandonment at the wastewater treatment plant when they made that connection. So this change order number 3 presented by Ty and Bond is a summary of those items and the amounts that we had responded to them with, that we would agree to, we propose to agree to approve, which included rejection of other proposed change orders. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve change order number 3 for the Arch Street forced sewer main replacement project in the amount of $28,592.84, contingent upon the removal of the asbestos pipe encased in concrete that is still on the site.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Does that cover that, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, discussion and review of the draft agreement in principle regarding recreation for First Light Power Resources. So we discussed this last Wednesday.
Yep.
We had a out-of-cycle meeting, went over this, and then we had proposed some questions to First Light with regards to that. Brian, they provided some feedback?
Yeah, so in your packets, there was a response from one of the head engineers working on the relicensing effort, who addressed most of your questions today. They sent over the revised map that you asked for. So that came under a separate attachment. The outstanding question that we don't have a significant amount of detail at this time is in regards to the Rose Ledges, the potential impacts of making that a formal recreational area and the parking concerns that you expressed. Those are to be addressed in the recreation management plan and are under further negotiations under the license.
Any further question or discussion around those responses?
I have nothing to add beyond what we discussed at the last meeting, and ready to vote on the package.
Agreed.
Would one of you like to make a motion?
One second here. Just-
There's only room for one signature, so if you want to identify a signatory.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the draft agreement in principle regarding recreation for First Light Power and Resources, and authorizing Brian Smith, Town Administrator, to sign on behalf of the town.
Second.
Does that
All
cover
those
you?
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Wait a couple more minutes to let the rest of the FinCom arrive.
They're in the audience.
Yeah, they're here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep them quiet.
They're very quiet. Come on up, FinCom. Thank you. We have a larger audience than I'm used to, and I didn't notice everyone's faces in the background. By design?
No quorum, right?
Thank you, sir.
So the time is 7:01 PM, so I'm going to call the joint meeting with the Finance Committee, the Board of Library Trustees, and the School Committee to order. Welcome, FinCom. Welcome, everyone. So our first agenda item for the joint meeting is the review of the FY23 budget requests. And the first one up tonight is the library. So I don't know who is speaking on behalf of the library.
Come on up.
Interim.
Mackenzie is also supposed to be here. I just spoke to her. Can I go second?
I don't, anybody have any concerns?
I have no concern.
Okay.
Concerns with that?
Yes, we can. So we will move on to elementary education. Welcome. I'm sorry?
Where would you like us?
If we want to have two people come on up to the table here, we can bring another chair and present. That would be great.
Do I have a PowerPoint? Is it easier on the document here or have my laptop to present?
Is it the same that we received ahead of time?
No.
Just like, here.
Can you? Okay, yeah.
The laptop or the thumb drive?
The laptop,
Sure.
Only
but I'll take that.
Sure.
Hold on one second.
the only question I have for that is, Lisa Candido, school principal, was going to join us remotely,
She said she was waiting for the link.
and she's going to
Is
show
that
them.
gonna happen at the same time?
She's
It
going to
is,
show up
yes.
on that screen.
Oh.
That's the only way we can have her here.
Yeah,
Yep.
we may not be able to show the presentation today.
Okay.
Yeah, we weren't
Sure.
expecting one, so,
Yeah. Well, I can walk you through it anyway.
Yeah.
okay. Why don't we try to get Principal Candido up on the screen
Sure.
first? Bear with us, we were planning to do this in a few minutes, so I had a little more time.
Yeah, no problem. So what we can do tonight is walk you through the presentation, which is sort of a brief summary of the proposed budget, and then we can certainly share that presentation with you all.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
introduced you, the link?
I believe Mariah sent the link to the principal, is that correct?
I sent it to you. Did you want to send it first?
There it is. I've got my notifications turned off.
Are you good on power? Can I borrow that?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, yeah, let's not do that. Awesome. Thank
Yep.
you, sir.
No problem.
There's it now.
We'll give her another minute or two to hopefully get that and
Sure.
get connected before we start. Most probably know both of you, but if you'd like to introduce yourself for the audience and those viewing at home.
Sure. I'm Caitlin Sheridan. I'm the Director of Finance and Operations for Union 28 Schools.
And I'm Jennifer Koke. I'm the superintendent of Erving School Union 28.
Welcome. Thank you. This is your first budget presentation for us.
This is my first in-person meeting, actually.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's newer for all of us.
It's a funny time for a career move.
There's a lot of it going on, though.
It says that we're connected to the partner. I don't have video, obviously, or not obviously. If you want to invite the superintendent to speak, ask her if she's on the line.
The principal.
The principal.
Yep. Principal Candido, are you on the line with us? Can you hear us? If you can, we cannot hear or see you.
She's asking if something needs to be installed.
Aha. Welcome. We can see you now. Can you see us?
No, I can only see myself.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Well, that's good. We can hear you as well. And we can see you, so.
All right.
We'll go ahead and get started and
Sure. So we will have a presentation later that we can send to you so you can kind of see the visuals. But some of the initiatives are for Union 28, the entire union, is anti-racism, universal design for learning, social emotional learning support, and nature-based education. Some of the facility upgrades at the school this past year. So first I want to take a look back at what the money that for FY22 was used for before we kind of start talking about FY23. There was a carpet upgrade, which is, has, I think over February break, they're supposed to
Yes.
complete it. It looks beautiful. Pictures are great in the presentation.
Fingers crossed.
yes.
New telephone system, upgrades to the kitchen, sidewalk repair, UV filter installation, touchless water fountains, and MERV 13 filters are some of the facility upgrades. And we've used some of the grant and relief money on tent rental, PPE supplies, educational supplies, iPads and accessories, and ventilation HVAC upgrades. In total, the student support services grants totaled $92,420.
And those include the title grants as well as IDEA grants that we received.
And last year, the school returned $253,430.53 back to the town of Erving. Some of the staff adjustments over the year, we've added a part-time adjustment counselor, reinstated English as a second language as a teacher, increased occupational therapist services, reinstated literacy coach and interventionist, additional paraeducators for special education purposes, and a full-time physical education teacher.
And some of these are, of course, to address learning loss and social emotional supports for our students due to the pandemic.
So what we have is a slight allocation adjustment for the Union 28 portion of the budget. Because Erving is going from 24.4% to 25.4% of the total Union 28 population, the enrollment, you'll see a slight increase in the Union 28 portion of the budget. And that's just that their proportion is increasing, your proportion. So there's a lot of little increases to our administrative part of the budget where it says administration, and that's not that we're raising, we're increasing some of these lines by $14 or $41. It's just that your portion of that budget has increased a little bit because your numbers have grown. The total increase in administrative costs are the $6,131, and most of that was this increase in enrollment. Some of the changes, there's been some adjustments with specialist teachers and classroom teachers, some increases and decreases. And in a negotiation year, we've kind of budgeted responsibly to make sure that we are able to fund the teachers next year. In total, though, because there were a little bit of reallocation with some of the administration that was in those lines, it is a decrease of $5,583 for instructional costs. Other school services has increased by $7,162. And plant operations maintenance, you'll see a big increase there for school telephones, gone up by $5,500. With the new telephone system, which is beautiful, it came an increased cost for just our monthly bill for the telephone. It used to be like $71 a night or some very low amount, and now it's actually a functioning telephone system. So
Functioning
the
for the whole building. Whole building. Everybody gets it.
Yeah. Total increase of $6,673 in total plant operations and maintenance. Slight increase in total fixed charges, you'll see in the budget, and slight for improvement fixed assets. So the summary. So the uses of funding, we're seeing an increase of $16,373, which is very minimal because of the decrease in a little bit of the instruction. And with that percentage, which would put, I think it's a 0.48% over FY22's total use of funding. But your Chapter 70 money that was just released, a preliminary projection, is gone up by $12,707, which is an increase of 2.66%. So that balances out. That little bit of an increase gets even smaller when you take into account the kind of what's left for the towns, becomes 0.13% increase over FY22. The enrollment for their elementary school is at 133, which is an increase of 20 students from last year. But that increase is basically because we saw that dip last year with an increase of homeschooling, but it's climbed back up again, and the school is staying, the 5-year average is staying pretty steady. Are there any questions about the FY23 budget?
I'm sure there's a few. Thank you. How does the enrollment compare to 2 years ago? Do you have that?
Yes, I do. 2 years ago, it was at 133, and we're back at 133.
Okay, so
Yes.
kind of flat.
Yep.
Yeah, and you can see that last year was clearly the anomaly when we send you the presentation over the
Okay.
5-year trend.
Okay, excellent.
And we also did not program, so that was part of the overall dip as well.
Yep, Lisa was cut out, but we did not have preschool during COVID.
Oh, okay.
So that also accounts for a little bit of the decline.
Yep. Thank you, Lisa.
Well, my comment is, first, thank you. It's very easy to read. I've been accused of many things, so a mathematician isn't one of them. So if I'm wrong, correct me. It looks like for the total elementary budget, the increase is less than 1/2 of 1%. It's more like a little over 1/10 of 1%
Yes.
for the elementary budget.
The elementary budget.
I think you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you. Do you want to talk about the secondary?
Sure.
Well, before you move on, if you would, I think, did you have a question?
I was just going to ask, how many lost days were there attributed to the school due to COVID?
For this year,
For this year? Yeah.
well, we didn't have any days where we needed to close the entire school, and we are not allowed to operate any kind of remote or virtual learning for our students. And so there were days when we had more students out, but we haven't lost any complete days due to COVID. Any lost days this year were due to inclement weather.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the group?
Not at the moment.
And in our documents, at least, we have kind of the significant puts and takes there, the
Yes.
drivers, if all of you have seen those,
Yes.
even though the net is pretty low, which is great. I second what Dan said, which is, it's nice to see a very, very sub 1% increase here. In the school phone system, I believe when we looked at that at Capital a year or two ago, we expected that cost to become a recurring cost instead of outlaying capital. So,
But it is, again, an anomaly in this year's budget when you compare, so just in case people
Sure.
don't realize that, we wanted to make
Right.
sure we pointed that out.
yep. That proposed chapter funding increase, that's just proposed at this point. Do we have a timeline on when that's supposed to be finalized? Or is that?
That should be the number that we
That
see.
should be? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we'll move on to secondary?
Yes, so there is an increase to our secondary budget. The grand total increase is $212,629,000, and that's an increase of 15.6%. We are seeing a shift in our regular education, students that are attending Gil Montague. We are graduating, well, they are graduating, 11 seniors, but our sixth grade at Erving Elementary is 21. And so the population is increasing in attendance at Gil Montague. There is a total special needs full-time equivalent of 9 students projected. And there are some costs relative to some out-of-district placements.
And a big increase in the special ed transportation.
Yes. So we're looking at an increase in special education transportation of $85,180. So that, the increase in enrollment and the increase in special ed transportation costs should account for the majority of the increases in our secondary budget.
I may not have heard that right or followed that, but if I'm reading this right, the overall special ed costs have gone down, right? It's the tuition that's driving the increase?
Yes.
Right, okay. Questions, and I guess the 21 students expected, leaving sixth grade is just a projection. We don't know that all of them will actually, right? This is just
Correct.
projecting that number, okay.
Now, in years past, I know that number, because it can be a substantially big swing from now until September. I think actually they wait until almost October to get us the actual numbers.
Yes.
But we've done before where we've level funded and then come back at a special if the numbers, don't amount to what our current sixth grade class is going into seventh grade. So I'm not 293,000. The reason I bring it up is we try really hard to minimize the overages of expending, but have no problem. Obviously, it's an assessed value. If the students are there, we pay it. It's not. There's no contention on the number. It's such an unknown swing from sixth to seventh grade with kids choicing out to different schools.
That's correct.
That number could go much lower. And I'd hate to assess all that to the town and then just have it and, have to tax them and then free cash it later when we don't expend it. So, just a thought.
Our 3-year average has been more like what it was in the current year versus the proposed, higher tuition.
Yeah, steadily we're seeing more students not just straight tuitioning over to Gil Montague. There's so many options, and school choice has opened up so many other districts that they go to. The numbers at Gil Montague are dropping drastically over the last 5 years. So just a thought. I mean, we haven't gotten there yet to see how this all balances out to the whole budget, for the whole town. But if push comes to shove, it might be a place where we understand that cost might be there come September, October, and which we'll have to do it. But if we have to, pull from somewhere, I would pull from there, knowing that if the numbers come back different, then we have to go back to the town floor and just say, here's the real numbers instead of anticipated, and,
Okay.
and fund it then. But
In like a fall, winter special.
in a fall, winter special. And,
Yeah, we should have a more exact number when we do the October 1st reporting.
right, and that's usually, so
Yeah, that's
Well,
something to think about.
And that wouldn't even be, we could level fund the secondary ed without even, with still increasing the regular tuition by, probably 80, 90 over the current year, because our increase is 212, approximately 212,000 year over year, but the regular tuition's 290. So we could just level fund the budget. We'd still have more capacity than our current tuition. So
correct.
if we wanted to do that,
Yep. So just a thought.
yeah. But I've enjoyed when we've done that better myself. So
Yeah.
that's
And I'm
a
not
good
sure, like I
question.
said, once we
We may
get
not need to.
all
yeah.
the presentations and we look at what the total package looks like, it might not be an issue, but we can figure that out when we get there.
Other questions on secondary? No. Anything from FinCom? No.
Sort of piggyback on what Scott said, over the last few years, the town and the school committee, you folks in your office have all worked together, finance committee.
Yes.
We've been very agreeable to put up to best estimate, understanding it's an estimate, changes depending on where students go. Townspeople have been very good at understanding, we explained it to them, and they've been supportive. So, 15% is a big increase if that's what it is, but for our secondary education, we don't have a lot of choice. It just is what it is.
And assessment is the assessment.
Yep.
It's just driven by numbers. I did have one question. Do you know what year we're in on the 5-year bid for busing? Right, it's a 5-year contract?
It is a 5-year contract, and I don't have the exact answer, but I will get it. I feel like maybe the 3rd year, but I can get that information for you.
Yeah, so getting a nod of agreement that
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, thank you. I was just curious where we're at with that.
Anything else on elementary or secondary? We're good?
No.
Okay.
Well, we thank you for having us here.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, and
Thank you.
we
Nice
look
to
forward
meet
to
you.
looking at the presentation, but appreciate the detail we did have already, so we could follow up.
We've learned to be flexible over the last couple of years.
We all have. Thank you.
Yes. Is
Thank you.
Lisa still on the line? Thank you, Lisa.
Yes, have a good night, and thank you.
Good night.
All right, we will go back to the public library. Welcome.
Flexibility and scheduling.
No problem. We've all learned to be more flexible as
Everybody was driving very
Superintendent
safely
mentioned.
here, and took a little
liked it.
longer than I expected.
If you wouldn't mind, just for the audience watching, introduce yourselves and then go through kind of the highlights of the current year and the next year and the budget changes.
Jean Daly, Interim Library Director.
And I'm Mackenzie Bailey, I'm a library trustee.
Welcome. And I don't know who's taking the lead on going through kind of the,
Yeah, I think we'll just tag team.
Okay.
Obviously, the biggest highlight is that we actually opened to patrons. It was lovely to actually have people in the building finally. But with that, it brought to light some kind of issues that we would have recognized earlier had we had patrons earlier and a, more functioning building earlier. So we have been navigating those challenges for the last however many months we've now been open. So that's brought with it the challenge of putting together this budget. Not having a full year of in-person, patronage, it was really tough for us to figure out some of these numbers. So we really are still very, giving it our best guess on some of these numbers. And also some of the things that we thought we were going to have figured out, like the electrical, that's really kind of caught us off guard as far as the cost of the electrical. And we're still trying to figure out why it is that is such a high cost when we have our solar array. So it's things like that really have just, we're giving it the best, our best guess on this budget, but I'm hoping that we can have some flexibility knowing that we haven't even had a full year open and up and running yet. You want to specifically, sorry, we also lost our director. She was wonderful, but she decided for her own personal, family reasons, a different job with different hours and different setup would be more conducive to her. So we wished her well, and we're in the process of looking for and hiring a director. In the meantime, Jean has done a wonderful job stepping into those shoes. She really did jump in kind of somewhat willingly, somewhat dragged, and thought honestly too she was going to be there for a much shorter amount of time. Unfortunately, it's taken us a little bit longer to hire a director. Much like the rest of the world, it's people are in short supply and good quality candidates, and we vowed to make sure that we got a good quality candidate. So we're really taking our time and doing our due diligence to make sure that we have that candidate that meets all of our needs, and that will be hopefully a long standing employee for the town of Erving.
So our biggest problem this year, and our biggest problem for a number of years, has been staffing. Even when the full-time director was there, we have 5 hours of overlap between the 3 staff members. So an hour is for a staff meeting usually, and then we can't cover a shift. A shift is 7 hours long. If somebody is going to be out for any reason, there's no way for us to take care of it. I do have a list here. Is it all right if I give you these? Yeah. These were days we were either we had a sub or we were closed because we didn't have a sub. I have no information before the
If you want to give,
26th. I know, I just realized.
okay, I was going to say, here, Bill and I can, we can share if you.
If you want to look at it.
More than you. You can take my copy.
Oh, I can take your copy. Okay. Yeah, well, we can't because I don't have
All right,
one.
then there you go.
So that's a lot of days to try to cover. And you'll see partway through November, I put that the director left on 11/10. So before the director left, in the 6 months before she left, we had 33 sub coverages. That means when you come to the desk, if you're there for something that's a little embarrassing or a little difficult, you don't usually want to walk up to some stranger you've never met before and say, my nephew died of a drug overdose. I'm looking for information on opiate abuse. You want to go to somebody you feel like you have some sort of a relationship with, somebody you can talk to. So we often have people who come in, see who's at the desk, and then they leave, and then they come back when somebody they know is there. I really feel that it would be better for the town to have some consistency, to have somebody at the desk that they recognize almost every day. And if we had not, if we had had, so what we're asking for is 28 hours for our library assistant and 28 hours for our senior library assistant. The senior library assistant right now is me, well, would be me. usually works 26 hours a week, so it's only a 2-hour increase. That would mean I would be able to cover one full shift if I needed to. The library assistant is presently at 14 hours. I do understand that I'm asking for a big increase there. The library assistant will, in May, have her MLIS, her Master's in Library Science. So even though it's a big increase, it would still be a huge bargain for the town.
And so on a good day, we can get a sub. There's been many, many days, including this coming Thursday, where the library has to actually close because we cannot get personnel to work. And that not only does that hugely affect our patrons, but again, we have a lovely, beautiful, brand-new building that we now have to have closed because we can't staff it. So by increasing the staff, which in our proposal to build this building, we had always talked about inching our way up in our staffing to accommodate the building. It would allow us to stay open and to meet the patrons' needs without any problem. We have very, very few subs. In fact, we're losing another one. So I suspect that we're going to have several more days that we're going to have to close this year because we just don't have staff to cover the shifts.
So I have a question. Are these subs volunteers?
No.
Nope.
Do we have volunteers?
We do have volunteers. Volunteers usually volunteer for like an hour or two.
Yeah.
And we have a policy that we have to have 2 employees in the building for the building to be open.
Yeah.
And so how are the subs paid?
Through our subline.
Okay.
Yeah. Volunteers don't do anywhere near the caliber of work that a sub does.
An employee.
No,
Oh,
a
volunteers.
sub.
No, I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right, I'm sorry.
Certainly not the caliber of a full-time employee, but not even one of our subs.
So all these days that are listed, how do they translate in hours?
There's usually about 6.5 hours on a sub,
So each one of these days is 6.5 hours?
yes,
Approximately?
yes.
Yep. And or didn't have and needed to close.
Okay.
And that's all the hours that we're open, so it's the entire day that we close if we don't have the staffing, you know.
And, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna finish up. So that's obviously the biggest increase in our budget. And then the only other big increase in our budget, because the MBLC requires that we have 20% of our budget being used as materials, obviously that then goes up. So those are really the only two, significant cost increases. Again, with the understanding that our electric is still fluid and our some of the other costs that we have are our best guess.
So just looking at,
Is the current budget sufficient enough for the lack of subs?
Because we have, we don't have the director, and so some of that money is being shifted, so we won't know until we get closer to the end of the year, how that's all gonna play out. It depends how many more times we need subs. And depends when we actually hire a director, and what they come in at and all those things. So it's a little bit unknown right now.
And I don't know if I already said this, but if we had the hours that I'm proposing, we would have covered only 2 shifts with subs out of all of those. Because we would have been able to cover for each other.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
But there were 2 days where myself and the director were out, or the other employee and the director were out, and so we would have needed a sub just those 2 times.
Okay.
Mackenzie, where are you in the director search?
Brian actually might be able to help answer that a little bit more. I'm not on the search committee, so I don't actually know where exactly we are in the process.
Applications are due this Thursday. We've already been receiving them, and then the committee needs to schedule their meeting to begin the review process.
First meeting scheduled on the 15th here.
And
Excellent.
can you speak to what's up with the electricity?
Yeah. We
You got building committee members here going, what is going on with this?
No kidding. We were told that the solar array was going to take a significant portion of our bill. There were delays in getting it hooked up. It doesn't seem to be working properly. There's a whole section of this solar array that's now in the shade, being shaded by the other parts of the array. I don't know. Jean can tell you. Every single time we have a trustee meeting, we pepper with questions and try and get answers. We don't have any. I don't know.
Are there any issues that we are able to go back to our OPM and kind of discuss with them and say, why is this not what was expected, or?
We have a laundry list.
If we can, if you don't mind, I think I can add a little bit, and Brian can probably add a little bit as well, because we've been trying to help with it too.
Yeah.
I don't remember the myriad of issues and back and forth about what the connection issue was, but forever it's operating, it's not reading in between the installer and the utility, et cetera. But that finally got sorted, so we are actually seeing production. I did notice when I reviewed it recently, and I chuckled when you said it, that it looked like a part of the back array is shaded by the front array, which, Gene, you helped look at, so that's a concern we're going to raise. It's probably not peak generation time, so we really haven't, I don't think, had much time where it's been generating
Right.
to really see if it's going to offset electricity, to your point.
Yep.
How much is it going to do in the summer or in the peak generation time versus the heating system costs?
Right.
And the SMART program, which will generate some revenue or cost offset, I'm not sure how it exactly works in this sort of building, was just accepted, I believe, correct, Brian? But it's still not actually happening.
There's apparently 2 or 3 more steps in that long process, but the application has finally been approved.
So we haven't even completely gotten the online status that was factored into the plan.
Yep.
Not to say that it will be where we think it will by then, but just to say that there's still things that aren't checked in terms of the steps to get to where the design was calling for.
Sure, right, and that's yeah, again, part of the problem with us putting this budget together, because we just don't know. I know that Jean is horrified every time she opens the bill. We are horrified when she tells us the bill, and we're hoping that through all of these various, things that are gonna be happening, that we can get that down. We just don't know.
Okay.
Just give you all updated. All of your budget books are dated with expenses through December 10th, I believe. So as of today, the electricity for FY22 is $4,304. That's what's been expended today.
How much is it? I'm sorry, 4,000 something?
$4,304. So you have a remaining balance of $5,695.
And in theory, we're past halfway.
Yeah, you probably have.
But I don't know what the seasonal heating differences or cooling differences, variation, but.
And we've just, to your earlier point, that the solar array came online last January, December timeframe, so we've just hit 12 months
Where it was.
with all the issues.
Well, I don't actually, I thought that it was delayed quite a bit through the spring and even into the summer. We were having issues.
The years are blurring together. The library opened on March 20th, and we thought the solar array had been constructed by then and should be connected. It didn't come online and have an interconnection to Eversource until December
Okay.
of 20. So there was your first 8 months.
Okay,
And then there were the first few months where we were trying to make sense of the invoicing because it was showing several meters, several transactions. It's been very complex.
it has, yep,
I still don't fully grasp all of it.
it has.
So, but in theory, then the solar's been up and running for a full year?
I want to say the January invoice when it shows up, and I don't even know if it's
So
arrived
just
yet.
about.
We should be coming up on a full 12
Wow,
months.
okay.
So then we finally would have a year's worth of data to start to reflect on. I know that when we sent the engineer and we asked them to send it to the civil engineers who designed the system, we asked them to go back and take a look at the building's function and look at the solar production. We haven't gotten the solar analysis back. What we did get was the building function, and the building function is following the model that they had designed. So the building is not operating too differently from what they had anticipated.
Okay.
There was some fluctuation, but it wasn't significant.
That's what I was wondering, was there something on a system or something like that that was really,
The
Out of
library
whack,
staff's
or-
been great about telling the team when there's an issue, and they've gone into troubleshoot. So the system seems to be working closely to the model, but the solar array is what we're waiting on to make sure that we're getting the full generation.
Yeah.
So that's one of the outstanding items.
It has operated at some level since December of 20. I was just looking at that. But are the numbers, because of the intermittent issues, the potential, the peak potential? I don't know.
Right, right.
Could they be for the last 6 months or since the fiscal year? Maybe. We'd have to look back at the last time we had the solar
Right.
installer out to fix something, so.
well, and what was it, do you recall, Mackenzie, what they told us the solar was supposed to generate for the building, or maybe Charlie, do you remember?
I thought it was 90%, but.
Yeah, I thought it was high
Yeah,
80s. I'd
I
have to go
thought it
back and
was up
look.
there.
Yeah, it's definitely, we're not, and, you know, unless we are reading something wrong, we are not seeing that.
Wow, okay.
Yep. We're-
Solar is pretty finicky though, depending on, shading, and then you start
Right.
hitting your losses and all your equipment. Starts knocking down some of the usability of it.
Well, I think I at least feel duly warned that we don't know where the electricity will land. Hopefully it's still under the 10, but it obviously is a big question mark.
Yep.
It's kind of circling back to the hours, so you're open right now is 30 hours a week, is that right? So, and you said there's a policy of 2 staff to be open, so that'd be 60 hours of coverage a week minimum?
Yeah, so we're open to the patrons, and then, of course, then there's other, you come in a little early, you stay, you gotta be there to close it up type thing,
It's usually staffed 35 hours.
Okay, yeah, okay, so 70, got it. That makes sense. Good.
The only question I
Questions
had,
or-
yeah, the
go
only
ahead,
question
sorry.
I had was, does that 23 request, that incorporates, should we hire a director here soon, and the increase? That's your projection? It'll cover both?
It'll cover, yes.
It'll cover the
Sorry, I didn't
increase,
hear the first part of
the
what you said.
requested increase and the salary that's currently the range of salary for what a director might come in at.
Again, with
Correct,
some
yeah.
flexibility, because we don't
Yep.
have the person yet, and we've had, Gene working longer than we
Right.
expected, so there will be a little bit of,
There could be some
finagling
play
there.
in that, yeah.
Yeah,
No, that's understandable. You beat me to it when you said early on, the request was get the building open and then let's reevaluate staffing. And it looks like that's what you're doing. So I
Yep.
appreciate that. I don't have a concern with staffing it in-house. I had said that early on when the building committee was pushing through to get it built. I would like there to be staff in there. It's it's an expensive building. It's a hot commodity in the town that people want to utilize and we want them to utilize it. I'd be in favor of making sure we can staff it appropriately so that we're not shutting down. And then given the nature of finding substitutes for any line of work,
exactly.
education, nursing,
I-
libraries,
I can speak up to that.
they're
Absolutely.
hard pressed to find people that are willing to come in and do the one day here, one day there jobs.
Yes.
So looking internally and making sure we can provide that service internally makes sense to me.
I second that.
Not to say I disagree with that, because I agree with the idea of trying to be open and that in the labor market. Don't even get me started. So I understand that. But I do struggle with the math on how we get there if we need 70 hours of staff time to be open full-time, to even to cover vacation time and accrued time and all that. I mean, even 80 hours is probably more than plenty to cover what, normal accrued time costs there would be. So I'm not quite getting how we get up to the level being requested, but just in terms of the numbers, you know what I mean? That's not quite
Yeah.
adding up for me, but.
Okay.
Are you saying because the hours are at, with the director coming in, I'm assuming at 40, it's 96 with the proposal of 28 and 28?
Yeah, and I mean, if we need, and I totally get coming in early and, there's got to be meetings and other things. So 70 hours a week doesn't surprise me. That makes total sense. But even at 10% additional time to cover vacation, sick, those kinds of other, time offs that I would expect have driven all these subtimes. That's still well under 80, so it's to get all the way up to 96 is just I'm not getting there, and I know I'm just doing the math of it, not the.
And I'll respond to that because I remember the conversation early on about having a director that doesn't always have to be tied to a desk. So while the policy is 2, it's not the minimum or it's not the maximum of 2.
Right.
So there are times that the director and 2 staff members are there. The director might be working on other projects, working on emails in her office, their office, doing whatever work they need to do, and there are still 2 staff members working in the library. I remember having that conversation. Yep. So it's a difference of 26 hours a week, saying that you're anticipating potentially 26 hours of a director working outside of desk coverage. Now, whether that's too much, that's a conversation that you could have, but that's where the number is derived from, I would imagine. It's just whether or not that's, if you feel, are we 5 days a week or 5, right? Yeah.
5, yeah.
So, and I, having done this job for 3.5 months now, can say that I am almost constantly just in front of the computer. I don't work at the desk. I have not cataloged a single book. Because our materials budget is higher in this building than it was the old building, we are getting many more materials, and the library assistant is trying to catalog them all, but I wish we could take a quick walk over so I could show you the backlog. We just can't keep up. We're getting the books we ordered out in January, that came in January, we're just getting out in February, but February's order has arrived. That's going to be true even with the new director. We have the $10,000 LSTA grant for the raised bed gardens that are supposed to go out and back, that the director was supposed to be working on these last few months with the senior library assistant. And now that it's all me, I can't keep up. I just can't get it all done. So even though I realize it does seem like a lot of staff, when you figure that somebody is going to be out in the garden 5 hours a week running programming, and we also have another grant for a robot program, coding program that needs to be administered and done. Really, when you start throwing in the programs, the time comes way down. And we do a lot of programs in-house.
And then too, you factor in that you have to cover a shift. So it's, you got to make sure the math works, that it's 7-hour shift that they're being covered, not 5 hours, and what are you going to do the other 2 hours, right? So you got to close early, or you got to, so it's a lot of different factors that we thought about, and Jean did a great job. And it's kind of, it actually worked to our advantage having Jean in this role now, because she can see it both from the director's point of view, but also from the library assistant's point of view, and really can say to us, I know this is what we need. Having done both jobs, I can very clearly tell you, this is a need, this is a need, this is where we need somebody, this is how that works. So it's been kind of nice to have that kind of expertise of both those jobs rolled into one person that can speak to it. So, we've really kind of thought long and hard about how to figure this out and make it work.
I will just say, aside from the numbers here, thank you, Jean, for taking the interim role
yeah,
and supporting the library. Hopefully you've heard that a lot, but, from us as well. And
I do love
It
this
is-
library. That's
it is
why
a
I
lot
work
of
here.
work, so
Okay, I
we
was
want
working
to
in other
acknowledge that.
libraries. I picked this library. I really love working in Irving. I do love that library, and I did get pulled into this kicking and screaming. I won't lie.
Well, thank you for not kicking and screaming your way away.
Let's hire somebody, Gene, no.
No, but I want to make sure that's acknowledged because we do appreciate that. That is a lot. And being short someone who works 40 hours a week is a huge. Right now, I can
Yeah,
only imagine.
yeah. And taking it on for much longer than she initially thought she was going to have to be in that role, so.
Sure. And I appreciate that, and I get where you're coming from, and that idea of there needs to be management time, which can't be desk time, and I get that. But I don't know if I think that two people being in the building means two people have to be at the desk for all the open time either. So I don't know that doesn't, I'm just saying, it doesn't all balance 100% for me. It doesn't make the request invalid. That's kind of what I think of when I'm looking at it. Other comments, questions, concerns from anyone?
Not at the moment.
I'm just looking back through. I don't think I had any more either. I think I'm good as well. So appreciate, thank you.
right.
Appreciate you coming and presenting. And
Thank you both.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is the Franklin County Technical School budget. Dan, are you rejoining?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
I believe we have Superintendent Martin and Ross, you're the business manager, correct?
Yes, I am.
All
Yep.
right, welcome.
Thank you. Nice to have a meeting live and in person. We haven't had too many of those ourselves.
We're still getting used to it, but it does feel nice in some ways. We'll just get set up here. You may need a little more relief on that cable. No, you're good. You're good there. I think.
Based on me hearing the last few presentations, I assume the mic doesn't work.
That one should work.
Oh, it does?
For the TV.
Oh, for the TV.
Yeah, that
okay.
was the third-party
I
remote.
got you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if you all don't mind speaking up, it's hard to hear back here.
No problem.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's see. Zoom out. Okay. Yeah, well, I may have to zoom in a little bit and see. All right. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. We're trying a little bit of a different budget presentation than we've done in the past, as you received your budget books probably today very late, and there was a complete change to the way we used to do it. And the reason for that, we wanted to make it a lot easier for the public to be able to click through anything they needed to find in the budget. And then that basically put everything in a whole different format, and it took us a while. But I will get to where we are at. I know you probably have your budget, but I just highlighted some things in yellow in the table of contents to the areas that we'll get started with. And if I click here to the sources of funding, it will take us to the sources of funding. Anything highlighted in blue is an explanation to what that involves. Just real quick, so if I were to go to Chapter 70, it would explain what Chapter 70 is and what the state aid formula is. If I were going to go down to where we got those numbers from, this is the State Department cherry sheet. So that exact number here will equal what our assessment was from Chapter 70. And where do we get that information? We got it right from the Department of Ed and their cherry sheet. So just kind of, as you're working your way through the budget book, there shouldn't be any questions about where the information's coming from and what it's about. And if you needed to scroll back to the top, what you don't have in your budget book, and you can request a new one, because this was just put in before the end of the day, I can get back to the table of contents, which we couldn't do in the other one. So, having said that, go into the sources of funding. I'll take the top half, Russ will take the bottom half. And the top half is assessment to town ticked up a little bit by about 3% right here. The capital assessments is for the debt service for the windows and doors. And that's, I can jump right to that debt service. And I'll jump right to that. It's at the end of the presentation. So when you see the debt service here, it's highlighted in orange is Erving's. And Erving's debt service is $15,034. We're in year 5 of a 15-year bond, and that keeps on progressing. So when I get back to sources of funding, Chapter 70, I already told you that number and how we got that number. The same thing with regional transportation. You can go, this is a state aid transportation, and it will articulate what that number is and what the percentile is. It's about a 75% reimbursement rate from the state. We budgeted pretty conservatively with that, and it came out exactly where it came up, and we was kind of surprised by that. As far as the non-member towns, we do have students that attend us that aren't from one of our 19-member towns, and we take that money and we put it back to the operating budget to help balance the budget, and that helps keep the assessments low as well to our towns. As you'll notice, our pre-employment program, we usually pull $100,000 from. We did not take any money out of our pre-employment program because there are less students. And I'm not going to bother you, going down and showing you why, but all you got to do is just click that, and it'll explain exactly why there was no money taken out of that to help the operating budget. Other revenues, excess and deficiencies are pretty standard to the last few years. And that's basically how we get our money and how we use our money. I'm going to turn it over to Russ.
So the bottom half of the screen is our appropriations, our uses of funds. And our overall budget grew by 6.7%. So even though on average we only asked for a 3% increase from our towns, we are one of the few high schools in Western Mass that's actually growing. So we are seeing an increase in Chapter 70 funds twofold. So we're seeing an increase in Chapter 70 funds because of the new Chapter 70 formula, the Student Opportunity Act. You might have heard of that or read it in the papers. So that's actually helping us out. And I noticed in the Erving Public Schools, it's helping Erving out too. You guys got out of your hold harmless part of Chapter 78, and you're actually seeing a little bump in Chapter 70. So we're seeing it because of the Student Opportunity Act. We're also seeing it because our enrollment is growing. So it's a per pupil based formula. So as we have more kids coming in, we should see more Chapter 78. What that helps us do on the Chapter 78 side is help offset some of our reliance on the local funds, on our member towns, of which you are one of the members. So even though our budget grew by 6.7%, our enrollment over the last 2 years has grown by 13 to 14%. So the last 2 years, if you looked at our two budgets and looked at the enrollment for those 2 years, they both average out about a 14% increase. So we think we're doing okay as far as COVID impacts on our school or whatever. I think what we're seeing for a trend is the revenues are increasing and our growth is increasing by the same amount. So I don't think we're overgrowing or undergrowing in this particular case. The couple of places in our budget that are growing makes sense is the district leadership and administration. We have, as you can tell from Rick's very complicated and slick budget book, he's replacing his business manager, so in a couple of years when I retire, he's just got to present a budget book and that's it. So I think, I feel like I'm being replaced by all those links that he just made, so.
Cost savings there.
So we have some transitional funds in the administrative piece. Plus we've added we've got 2 dean of students now to help with the social emotional part of kids coming back from COVID and things like that. The bigger increase, you'll see a 7 or almost 8% increase in instructional services. That's the teachers in the classroom, the faces in front of the kids. The guidance counselors, I think we've added a guidance counselor. We've got a behavioral specialist. We've also increased in our academic teachers. You all stole one of our best math teachers, is now your business manager, your Erving School Union. So what do we have to hire, like 4 teachers to take her place, I think, or something? So there's some growth in the instructional services. Pupil transportation, we had a bump. We used the same contract you all are using for transportation, but you're going to notice a bump in hours as because of our growth, we're adding a bus route. Or make it a contingency to add a bus route. We'll know better when summertime comes and all the applications come in, because we expect at least one more year of growth, and Rick will get into some of those numbers a little bit later. The other pieces are retirement, insurances. We belong to the same self-insurance group that you all belong to. They've had the premiums frozen at a 0% increase for the upcoming year. So any increases you'll see probably in our budget or even in Caitlin's budget is migration of families on and off our plans. So we always try to plan for that, especially when COVID hit. And as a public employer, people seem to migrate onto our plans because their spouses were losing their plans in the private sector. So through all of this, we got a $14.3 million budget, which equals the uses that Rick had shown you above. We are putting some funds into our capital stabilization fund. We have a 46-year-old building. We are on a perpetual wait list. Rick keeps calling the Massachusetts School Building Authority to see where we are in the queue. We're a well-maintained school because we're a vocational school. That kind of works against us as far as getting a project going. So we're trying to be good old Yankees and taking funds in the budget and putting it into a capital stabilization fund to try to build that fund up a little bit to help us with our growth. And that's it, and you want to hit the next?
Sure. You basically highlighted the increases that were here in yellow. The guidance council increase, mental health services, plant operation and maintenance. You'll notice that budget item has ticked up a little bit. We added a custodian. We added back because increased enrollment. We are also in the process of building a new veterinary clinic for our new veterinary program. And that's going to be done with, without going out to the towns. We have increased enrollment. We're taking that increased enrollment. We're taking our out-of-district enrollment, and we're able to support that initiative. Custodial salaries, the explanation obviously would be, if you highlight it, we'll show you kind of what's going on there. And that was important for us to maintain the facilities, and especially in COVID. We have to use our defogging machines for every single piece of equipment. So that probably could use another maintenance person on top of that. When I get down to the appendixes, you've seen these two. This one is our enrollment for all Franklin County secondary schools. And Franklin County Tech is right here. So we're at 583 total, including in-district and out-of-district. We're not the largest. That would be Frontier. But if you look at the grade levels, they're all 7 or 8 through 12, and we're 9 through 12. So our 9 through 12 population is the largest, and I broke that down from here. If you ever wanted to look how I got those numbers, I'm not going to do it for you, but you would just click on that link. It'll take you right to the state website, and it will tell you exactly how those numbers were derived. The next one is our in-district enrollment. and we're right here at 546. We are projecting 566 for next year. I think that's where we either level off or declining, and I'll show you how I was able to figure that out. That's important as we begin to look at staffing issues, as we begin to look at class sizes. We have to know where we're going to be in 3, 5, and 10 years down the road, and we've done that math. And we're pretty close to it now. If you wanted to find out where I got the above information from, you would just click the information at the bottom. You'll notice here that Franklin County hasn't grown in 10 years. So it was actually a few hundred larger 10 years ago. So that's, and then that's a breakdown through the age and the demographics, and that's how I followed the kids all the way through so I can get an idea what we're talking about. Here's a very interesting chart. I will have to shrink it so you can see it. This chart here, the total number in the color blue is the available 8th graders for all of our member secondary schools. Frontier, Maha, you name it, right? So in 2015-16, there was 662. Out of that, 132 came to Franklin County Tech. How many were on the wait list? 0. We took the qualified students that came. That's how many students came. That's how many that we took. When we look to where we are now, that number's dropped to 625. Now we're taking 27% of the total catchment area, and now we have 167 freshmen. How many applied? 274. So we're not taking 100 kids. So if we look back to where we were just a few years before that, we took every qualified student. That's not the case anymore. So we're in a little bit different situation with adding some vocational programs like the medical assistant, which we didn't have. We just added that. We added the veterinary program. We enhanced our other programs, and I think that had a lot to do with it. So when I project out, here we are now. When I project out next year, the year after, look at that color blue dropping. That's the total catchment area of available 8th grade. With that drop, so do we, all right? So it's a natural looking at, you know, where we're going to be down the road. It's important for us to budget correctly now so we know where we're going to be. And that, all these numbers you see here can be obtained if you just press the state site. Erving enrollment. Here we are with Erving. As you can see, we've been pretty steady here in Erving. We have 28 total students from Erving in that last bar. We're projecting 28 next year. That projection is totally based on, we have 8 graduates from Erving this year, which is a high amount. And we have 8 applicants. So it's going to stay roughly the same. Now that number could tick up a little bit as we get to the end of the enrollment season. It might go up by a couple. I'm not sure if we get some applications that get bounced around or what have you. It's safe to say that number will be anywhere because some kids could decide not to come. So we like the range between 25 and 31, 32. I think that's a safe range. Right now we know it's 28. So that allows you to kind of be able to budget for the following year. Our special education population from the state numbers is easily the highest of all the secondary schools in the county, as you can see here. So that requires a large amount of special education paraprofessionals, which we have hired more paraprofessionals and special education instructors. And those numbers you can just click on here and get from the state. That's where the special education data is. And in this part, I'm going to let Russ take these 2 screens.
So on this screen is your the assessment for the town of Erving for our students. So this gives Brian something to plug into the town's budget. The darker orange column, left column, minimum contributions, that column is generated by the state foundation formula, so that's nothing controlled by us locally. That dictates the minimum amount of each of our towns have to contribute towards our budget, and it's not strictly on a per pupil basis. So when you look at the far right column and the average per pupil cost or revenue that we're receiving from our assessments, you'll see it varying kind of wildly between our towns. So unfortunately, Erving, in the eyes of the state, is rich. Your per pupil average is about 18,003. There's not too many. I think we got Deerfield, and maybe that's the only other town that's up in the neighborhood you guys are in. Contrast that with the city or town of Orange, $7,500 per pupil. So that's all driven by the state formula, which is there to hopefully calculate towns that can afford an assessment versus towns that can't afford assessment and they have state aid, et cetera. So as Rick said, you went from 27 to 28 students. That is a growth of, 6% as far as,
The
or
assessment.
3.7% as far as enrollment growth. Your assessment grew by 6%. And that pretty much reflects 3% enrollment growth and 3% that we've had, we were asking additionally from our member towns. So nothing too wild there. Next few screens are charts. These used to be my favorite screens because the blue area, which is the town assessment, the red area is the state aid. So you kind of get to see as far as our revenue side, how much water the towns are carrying compared to the state. I used to joke that this was a Pac-Man picture because the blue was slowly eating the whole pie. So what Rick did is he threw up on the screen here, there's a comparison of 5 or 6 years ago. So you see the Pac-Man on the blue is we were relying on towns heavily. The Student Opportunity Act and the change in the Chapter 70 formula, while not perfect by any stretch and certainly not fixing all of the rural schools' problems, is helping Franklin County Tech out. So you'll see that our reliance on you all for town assessments is decreasing. So I no longer have Pac-Man, you're less than 50%. The state piece of the pie is growing a little bit, plus our other resources. So that shows you that revenue-wise, we think we're going in the right direction. Getting some money from the state, a little less reliance on the towns. On the expenditure side, as you would expect, the red area is the instructional services. Again, that's the faces in front of the students in the classroom. And the cool thing about going back and looking on the next screen, Rick, is you'll look at that was 5 years ago on expenditures. This is expenditures now. Everything is about proportionally the same. So,
And that's with the addition of more than 12 staff. So we're paying, actually percentage-wise, we're paying less now than we were 5 years ago for our instructional services, and there's 12 additional staff members.
So we're trying to do growth smart. We're trying to keep growth, without getting crazy when you start to see extra Chapter 78 coming in and getting carried away. So Rick and I constantly check ourselves. We'll go back and trend. We'll go back and look at our numbers. Where are we looking? Are we getting disproportionate on the expenditure side versus where we were years ago? So that's just a little visual proof for you all to kind of see too. On the expenditure side, we're very consistent. Revenue side, less reliance on the towns, which is a good thing for all of us.
And again, this isn't in your budget book, but I'm done in 2 minutes, is capital planning is important as we're moving forward. We are in the pipeline for a MSBA new school building. We won't see that building in my mind for, if we get approval in 2 to 4 years, that would be great. We may not see that for 5 to 10, but it will happen. It will, we were pretty close a year ago, and it just depends who applies. With that said, if we were to go, and this is going to be a shocker, with a $100 million new vocational school and an 80% reimbursement, that's $20 million to our member towns. When we're looking at a capital plan, what do we need to sustain the building we actually have? And that's important. So without going through it, our veterinary clinic right here, this is the timeline of when everything's going to get done. That's a $1 million project not coming from our member towns. We should have that done in a year. We have all of these ideas from the educational facilities. These are all the things we would need to be sustainable based on our enrollment. We got rid of our assembly hall. We turned it into 4 classrooms. We stuffed our music room with an additional classroom. We need to get back an assembly hall. We need to get modulars out there. We need to be able to have a real high school like everybody else. We can't do that. So we developed a capital plan to address all of the needs of the education. That came out to $13.4 million for everything that was just needed. This isn't great additions at all. I mean, a new PA system we got the original from 1975, and it doesn't have an emergency alert system to it. So it's actually in violation of code. So, I mean, all these things that we just need. And then we look at our cafeteria plan. That was like $725,000 to get that up to speed if we were able to stay in our building. And the vocational capital improvement plan was about $4.5 million. Our maintenance capital plan, and that's, we got the original switchgear, the electrical switchgear. We got the underground tanks that are rotting away. I mean, if we were to take care of everything that we actually need, that'd be another $1.4 million there. It comes out to about $20 million if we were to just do it ourselves. So when it comes to a district-wide election for an MSBA project down the road, I think the taxpayers are going to want to put something into something that they don't have to keep putting money into, rather than putting $20 million one way or the other. Because that's what we would be in that type of situation. Just to let you know, we always look at our fleet. This is all our vehicles to get back and forth to job sites. And that explains it in that part of it. I'll give you a copy of this later. And then we prioritize our project. If we were just to do the maintenance and facility and prioritize them, we could probably do it for $590,000. If we really get delayed with the MSBA project, the same thing with some of these other things. So these are our priority list. We're trying to think about the future, and that's kind of one of the things that we're taking a look at through this whole entire budget process. Each budget process allows us to rethink where we are and where we're going to be going. So that's what we're up to. That's it.
That was that commercial for a new building. Now the commercial. We don't have a school rep from Erving, so for you people at home or anyone here tonight, if you want to spend an extra night out at school committee meetings, come join us.
The commitment's once per month, and that's only during the school year. And if you choose to join a subcommittee, you might find yourself out twice a month.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
Not on the numbers, but just general questions. What do you foresee as a cap as far as your growth, for what your current building would sustain?
642. That's the cap that was identified through a study, an independent organization that came out and did a study for us, and that's 642. I'm comfortable closer to 600.
Which you'll be at if you take the, I don't know how many you're losing, but based on your anticipated
next year,
20 new, that in with both in district and out of district.
I think we'll be right around the low sixes next year.
Yeah, I was looking at 603.
And then I predict us leveling and going down slightly from there. I don't think we're going to go north of 610.
Okay.
I don't see that happening. I just don't have the numbers in front of me. I mean, the analysis I've been doing for the last 10 years with this, or 15, we've been pretty close with what we're projecting. So I don't see us going much above 610.
Okay. And the other one I have a question on, your estimates for what drive the budget for based on estimated enrollment. I think we only went up one. You're estimating to go up one additional out of Erving.
Zero additional for next
Zero
year.
additional?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the actual, I mean, it can be below that. It could be a few above that. So this current year, we got 28. We have 8 graduating. We have 8 applicants.
Okay.
So we should still be at 28 right now. That's subject to change. It could be down to 25. It could be up to 31. I don't know.
And so the question I had was, when that change happens, does that just work? Does that get worked through the E&D, or how does where does that difference come from? Because I've never had you come back to the town and say, enrollment has gone up, or is that just through the billing?
We just look at October 1. As soon as we hit October 1.
As soon as the number's on October 1?
That's exactly right. So what I'm trying to do when I go out to the towns is give them an idea where they might be next October 1, so you can have an idea. Because for some of our small towns, they go from 5 students to 11. We have more than 100+% increase. They need to know that a year out so they can budget for it. So depending on the size of the town and how many kids we can project, it's very important to do those type of projections.
Thank
So
you.
I think what you were getting to is the assessment will be based on the actual enrollment.
Which is what we talked about with our own.
From the 28.
Which is what we
I
talked
don't have
about.
I kind of wish we had, the school committee had the foresight years back of having a rolling, like, 3-year or 5-year average to take out the peaks and valleys. So like Rick said, if you go up, 10% in students, expect at least a 10% increase in your assessment for next year. The other factor is, as the whole pie grows, your percent of ownership, even
Right.
if you stay at 28, you'll get a smaller percent of ownership and hopefully a little reduction in your assessment.
Right, and that's where my mind was going when I was asking about growth for the overall school, because while you may be able to grow to 640, I'm not sure we would have the capacity to see the same translate down to be sending that same style of growth. Just trying to get a figure on what our percentage would look like.
Yep. The sweet spot, Rick and I both obviously can tell if we're numbers geeks from what you've seen tonight, but we did, a bunch of years ago, we looked at all 27, 28 vocational schools across the state. The best spot for economies of scale for voc schools is right around the 700 to 800 student range.
Yeah.
We'll never get there. We'll always be, the economies of scale won't be the greatest, but I think by the growth that we've done, the economy helps that, COVID helps that, the refocusing on American manufacturing has helped that. So we've become, a popular destination vocational school. So it's helped us, we know where the sweet spot is. We know we'll never grow to that amount unless we get east-west trains and half of Boston moves out to Franklin County. But we, like I said, we try to set targets. We try to look at all the information we can look at and see where we can get the best of economies of scale for us folks out here. So.
You mentioned the 3% enrollment change. I think that was prior year over year.
It was,
not
yeah.
future year over year.
You're
Right?
correct. And not, so I don't have any other questions for their budget presentation. It was more for a comment for us. We had talked about our other secondary budget, and it was the same stance of saying, let's really see what the real numbers are on October 1, because if you're basing them on projections, both schools have to project that potentially those same 8 students that applied for tech may not get there. So they have to, so both school districts have to assume that they're going to be attending their school. So
They're double counted, basically.
They're double counted, and through 7 years on the school committee, when I was on that, we always looked at where are they actually going. We won't know until October 1. And that's why earlier I had recommended maybe level funding that and seeing where they actually go and then readdressing it after. So,
How many did you say were graduating from Erving this year?
8.
8, yeah.
That's higher than normal.
So you take 8 out of the 20, I have it in here somewhere, that are graduating. That
Yeah, if
may
8
go there, may go somewhere else.
Yeah,
I mean, you're
well,
back down to 11.
if 8 go
Year over
out
year.
and then those 8 applying for whatever reason change their mind, don't go, October 1, that number looks different, our numbers drop, a little bit.
And that'll be a budget cycle out. So
Right.
this past October 1 is the count that we're using for your FY23.
Right, so we wouldn't see the difference.
So
Until
It's a
24.
1-year delay. So October
Yep.
1. That's why we have the numbers. I know what I'm going to assess. If our school committee passes this budget as we present it to you guys tonight, you can take that dollar. Brian can take that dollar amount and throw it right in the budget because nothing's going to change because it's
Right.
based on our Chapter 78, your Chapter 78 is all based on the October 1 count that just happened this past fall.
Okay,
Oh,
so
so
you're
you're
always
all
worse.
Away. So that's why,
Thank you. I guess my brain
Okay.
didn't comprehend
Hold on.
that piece when you said it.
No, that's it. It's
So you're not doing real time, you're doing
working on
1 year.
Next fiscal year, you're sitting in this one, and the October 1 count came from behind.
Yeah, it's a three-year
Okay.
window. Got it.
Yep.
But you're assessing on prior actual, not future
Right.
projected.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is a 3% increase
Which is a three.
in
yeah.
enrollment. Okay,
Yep.
that makes more sense.
Thank you.
On
Just
the
took my
projections,
brain a
though,
while to wrap around that.
Too many fiscal years.
Thank you.
Kind of on the same thread, I actually had a question. So you were projecting a drop in enrollment over time after this year,
Yeah.
coming year,
No, it would be after next year.
after next.
Right.
Yeah, okay, yeah. However, you have a surplus of applicants versus your enrollment of over 100. So you still project that to go down, so you don't think you'll be enrolling any of the excess?
I would project that even the applicants are going to go down. Because when you have a catchment area dropping, it's natural that the applicants are going to drop. So one of the things that is kind of the black box, or the thing we can't account for, is what's going to be the interest from Amherst and Leverett and non-district member towns that, like Plainville, Charlemont, Rowe, like what are these towns, how many kids are in there? We don't know that. That's always something, because they're not member towns. So that would fill the overall enrollment. That wouldn't count towards our Chapter 70, because we only go with the in-district enrollment.
Scott can probably tell me this too, because he knows much more about school budgets than I do, but I believe you guys have an excess in your E&D beyond what you can have. Where does
You are
that,
correct.
where does that end up in all of this?
So we just got our E&D certified for this year. There's an excess of 111,000. The previous commissioner, or I can't remember what her title was at DOR, was a person I knew. She would always let us plug it into the upcoming budget cycle. So for instance, this 23 budget with the $111,000 amount that's over, she said, okay, you can reduce your town assessments in your upcoming budget cycle. Technically, if you look at the law, the way it's written is it's going, that money, you're in excess of your assessments, that money should go back. So it should go back this fiscal year. So that would be like $5,600 to Erving if we give it back this fiscal year. So, again, it would probably roll into your E&D, or if you have a special town meeting or something that you could use those funds for. I usually like to do it on a budget cycle. So we've still got to have internal discussions with our finance committee on what's the best tack to take. And I haven't called the new person at DOR to say, hey, is the philosophy the same, that we can plug it in and reduce upcoming assessments? So this number you're seeing tonight, Brian, should be your worst case scenario. I mean, maybe it'll be $5,600 less if they let us roll it into FY23.
Yeah.
You might see $5,600 surplus in your tech budget at the end of this year. That was I call it a COVID surplus, because you think when COVID hit was the March of the previous fiscal year. We had a little bit of surplus that rolled there. Then we got into the last fiscal year. We were 100% open, but we had half the students in, half the students gone. We weren't running our culinary restaurant. We weren't running a ton of projects that were using a lot of pipe and wire and a lot. So we ended up having a surplus on the appropriation side. Nice place to be, and that's kind of why we blew past the 5% cap for us.
Right.
So one way or another, that $5,600 will work its way back. We haven't had our internal discussions. And if you guys want to weigh in, just let Brian know, and he can email me and say, hey, Erving's preference would be blah. Like I said, it's not a huge amount of money to our towns, but any little bit helps.
I don't personally have a preference, was just understanding where it goes,
Yep.
and of course, it's going to be a
Yep.
sub number of 5,000 or so.
And unlike
here,
your
so.
free cash, you guys kind of get a chance to vote from it during the year. This is the only time we're supposed to use our E&D is when we're building budgets, so.
Right.
That's why I said I usually like to wait on an E&D cycle.
Yeah.
On a budget cycle to do it, but we'll see what the new person at the DOR says.
That's all I had. Anyone else? Okay.
No?
Thank you both.
Thank you both
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
I like your new presentation.
Yes.
That's fancy.
Very well put together.
That's slick.
I'm placing as business manager. I'm sure I like it.
All right. Next up on the budget list is the unemployment insurance.
I can actually go
over most of the changes quickly. You already heard those requests earlier in the budget cycle.
Yep.
We bring them back up at the end of January because assessments can change throughout the different memberships that we belong to in their budget setting process. So I've conversed with the treasurer, and we've confirmed that those items have not changed. As you just heard Russ speak to, the health insurance trust is not changing our premium rates for FY23, so those are still locked in. One area that did change was retirement. So let me just pull up what my new number is. Let's see. And it's a significant increase. So we originally, I believe, requested $375,000. We have been given an assessment for FY23 of $420,000
So about 45 increase.
from what we were asking. There's several things that go into the assessment that the retirement system determines. They obviously work with their actuaries, they look at their potential liabilities, they look at their operating costs, they look at our payroll, they look at any changes that we've made to compensation, any of those things in the past few years to come up with their projections. But once they've assessed what the operating budget is for the year and what each town is, it's committed. So that is your FY23 retirement assessment, and it's not what I was anticipating. I don't think it was what Jennifer was anticipating. I think we were both a little surprised when we got that a few weeks ago. So I have updated that in your budget book. I just haven't given you the printed sheets yet. I'm trying to capture all the changes as they're coming, but that has been revised.
Okay, out of the balance of items, health, dental, property liability for COG, the only other one to discuss, I assume, then is the community access TV?
Community Access TV, and you should all have a sheet. It was in your emails, but I also printed the copy for your books. So obviously, you're all pretty well familiar now over the last few months working with BNC TV. The select board began finally procuring a professional service to launch the meetings. You've all been talking about this for years. And much of the past few months beyond procuring the services was to work on identifying the equipment needs, work with Comcast, try to finish the configurations. Tentatively, I'm told that March may be our final configuration timeline. I'm still crossing my fingers. I'm not going to hold my breath. But it's possible that we'll be live on Comcast at the end of March. So those pieces should be all resolved. A few things that we didn't know, we need broadcasters insurance, so we've had to acquire that to launch the service. So with any new service as you're launching it, you've got those first year learning trials, and I think we're managing through it okay. The next big change that the board will have to consider is, are you ready to procure a multi-year contract? That would offer some predictability in the budget planning process, not only for ourselves, but whatever vendor we're working with. Right now we're working off a one-year contract. So we have a few things that we have to deal with later on this fiscal year, preparing for the next. We've also been using your special article. You had all appropriated $30,000 several years ago to purchase all the equipment. It's just been sitting there in that account. We've now been using it to purchase the equipment. We have another round of purchases we have to do to have our broadcasting equipment code correctly and be read back at the I'm using all the wrong terms, so please, nobody, please forgive me. But that Comcast can then read the signal and then broadcast it out to the customers. So we have some more equipment to do on our end. Once that's done, you'll still have a small balance remaining in your appropriation, but I just think it would be wise for you all to consider either an annual appropriation into that special article, just so you continue to have some funds just available for you, or consider maybe making it an operating cost. So you have an expense line in case a camera breaks, in case you have to replace these items. You know, you want to add an additional microphone so FinCom's not sharing this one, or whatever we choose to do, that you have just a little capital left over in there. So I did put together this budget request of $20,000. I think it's reasonable. It's a little bit more than what you bring in revenue every year. You bring in between $15,000 and $16,000, but you have a surplus in the PEG access account that we can withdraw from for that remaining amount.
That was going to be my question. If we have the PEG account, depending on how we choose to utilize that, do we need a special article for equipment? If we have that, accumulating if we're not expending that in full every year to offset this budget. But just a question to the group. I don't.
That is the question that you all are tasked with.
Or I guess on the other side, maybe it's, do we need to raise and appropriate the $17,000 operating expense, or do we assume PEG will cover that? And we can use those fees to offset the operating cost. Is it close equivalent? And it is, I believe.
Yeah, yes and no. You have options. So in more established relationships where towns have procured contracted services with a TV provider for, say, a decade, the franchise agreement that you all certify with Comcast is 10 years. So sometimes you'll see the professional service agreement match that 10-year cycle. There's usually language in there that allows the money to pass through what should have come to the town, pass through to your selected vendor. So in those cases, the only money the town may owe is what the difference is between your contracted service and what that revenue is, because it's passing through. In this case, all of the money is coming and it's sitting in a very specific account that can only be used for PEG access services. So if you're going to use it, I have to seek authorization from the voters to use it. So how you choose to do it, whether you raise and appropriate at a taxation and then use the money later to backfill, whether you do a combination of using PEG access, just the revenue you anticipate for the year, and then source the other funds that I'm asking for from somewhere else. Those are all preference questions that I think the two boards here have to consider. I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do it.
Other questions, comments, thoughts?
Just a curiosity question. What is broadcasters insurance? Is that so when the chair starts yelling a lot, we don't get in trouble?
Any potential liability that could come from broadcasting content that somebody finds objective, defamatory, false, it's expansive. Anything that you're so in the public vein, and maybe not to put Otis on the spot, he could probably speak to this better than I can, but in the public vein, you have public discourse and things happen. So that's not necessarily, I think, our worry spot. But if you start producing content and then you're broadcasting that content, there could potentially be some liability that comes from that. You want to make sure that everything that you're producing, you have the rights to. So if you haven't recorded it, you've got it somewhere else. So there's all these things that you want to make sure are done correctly. And if you make a mistake, you potentially expose the town to liability. In our agreement, BNCTV names us as additionally insured. We're also insured. So, yeah.
Was not specific to me, just for the record.
To be clear,
Even if it might be needed for me someday, I'm just saying.
it's preventative only. No claims.
Now I think we should start taking bets.
Could you remind me again, did you say that the PEG income is equivalent? Or it's going to be just below?
This is just an average estimation. You range between $15,000 and $16,000.
Okay, that's what I thought you had said. So you're looking at, $4,000 to $5,000 difference.
It changes every year. It's formula dependent on the number of subscribers. Okay. So as that changes throughout the year, ours fluctuates a little bit.
For this year, do we all want to just at least plan it as a raise and appropriate expense and leave it be for now, and then?
Yeah, I was going to say.
We need to consider a multi-year agreement if that's the direction we want to go as well, and then that would drive maybe a different decision in a future year, but right now.
I was just about to say the same thing. We don't have that user agreement to be able to funnel it through, so this really makes the most sense, rather than making it more of a task to have to go out and go to a town meeting just to pay this bill. Just have the funds.
I agree.
And I think for now that, well, at least for me, that alleviates the need to worry about the special appropriation for equipment, because we could move money out of there for equipment if needed at a time.
Right.
Because it will be there every year until we move it, right? Okay. Good on community access television.
Yes.
We've got a bunch more, but let's go, that's the last budget request specifically, so let's move to the Arch Street Sewer project financing. So we can get our treasurer on her way tonight.
Yeah, she's got a meeting in the other room that they're waiting for her to get back to.
Oh, geez. Thank you. So coming back to this, we've been talking about this off and on a little bit. What do we want to do in terms of the Arch Street Sewer project financing now that it's mostly complete and we have the bill to pay, so, or to fund fully for this fiscal year? We talked some different scenarios over some of the last meetings, and then I think in here we have,
Yeah, there's 3 new ones. Well, not new ones, but kind of a little more straightforward, I would believe.
yeah, let me just pull those up. Did everyone get a chance to look at those?
The ones I sent to you this weekend were the same ones that David sent in the middle of January.
Yep.
So nothing changed in between the two versions.
Okay.
Okay. So we've talked about it quite a bit. Any directionally, anything, which way we're all thinking at this point we should go?
Give me 1 second.
I guess I'll start.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards we do a 20-year borrowing. I understand that we have to stick with it for at least, I think it's 7 or 8 years based on what we went through. But we still haven't fully paid back our last project that we borrowed from ourselves for. Maybe we do this year, maybe we don't, but that, and we have, unfortunately, at least a handful of large projects ahead of us, and bridges and buildings potentially, and major road repairs, and who knows what else, and not to borrow anymore, but I think we'll have lots of opportunities in the next 2 to 5 years to make this decision again, potentially, to whether or not we need to borrow, and if we do, whether we borrow from ourselves, from our stabilization, and plan to pay that back as well. But I don't think, personally, I don't believe with everything we have lined up that we should choose anything other than to borrow right now, and then we can always change our minds in 7 years and pay it off if everything else has been wrapped up and we're in good shape. But I think based on our discussions, that's where I'm leaning.
Are you talking about like fully borrowing, like not from our stabilization? Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Full. Yeah. Let me rephrase that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Borrowing the entire balance on a 20. I believe the proposal's on a 20 year. No.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's where I was leaning the last time we had discussed it, is just knowing that the number of capital projects that we have coming that are of high importance, keeping the capacity for our in-house funds to be utilized other ways. I'd be in agreement for a 20-year note.
And just to clarify, if we did that, what's the debt service we would be need to start budgeting, and that I assume needs to be in our
I think it's cost of
FY23, right?
issuance, and it wasn't at 39,000 up there.
Which is that on the first one?
Yeah, on the top there.
Sorry, I've got to make this bigger. My eyes aren't that good. Thank you.
Well, I was trying to figure out, is it the total column though? Is that the principal and interest due every year? Is that what we'd be looking at? So somewhere in the 80 something
Oh, you're talking about what the payment
increasing?
is. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the cost of.
I'm sorry, our annual
Okay.
carrying cost here, or annual appropriation for debt service that we'd need.
For FY23, your aggregate of 106.
Oh,
The 39.
Yeah, that's the total, right?
how did you get to that?
You're gonna do a principal payment.
Oh, yeah.
interest payment together, and then an interest payment on top of that. Later, they
Oh, because it's biannual interest? Is that what that's showing?
charge us interest twice a year, and then
Okay.
we do one principal payment.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Clean Water Trust
Yep, very similar.
payment as well.
Got it. So we're in the between 100, 110 every year.
Right.
Okay. And if we go that way, that's not budgeted anywhere today. We don't have that in any of our paperwork correctly, correct?
Yeah, I was gonna see what you put for a placeholder.
I put a placeholder.
Oh, you
in.
put 120 in the draft summary we haven't discussed yet.
Yeah. I was looking at it earlier, I wanted to make sure I saw that correctly.
Okay.
All right, so we're going either 106, 160, or 210.
I'm sorry?
I was just looking at the first year, 106 for the 20 year, but if you're looking at all three of them, or 160 or 210,
Oh, got it.
Right, depending
if
on
you're
which.
comparing all three.
Thoughts?
Well, like I said, I had asked about the early repayment, and I know we'd have to hold the note for, I think it's a complete 8 years. So in the beginning of the 9th year, in year 7 or 8, start reevaluating where we're at. If we have the capacity to just pay off the rest of the note at that point,
Yeah.
we could. But I would like to keep our annual cost down for the first 8, so doing the note. Over the life of it, I know it costs the town a little bit more in interest, and it's obviously, it is fiscally a little more advantageous to be able to use our own money and pay ourselves back, but then we strap ourselves with how much we can do and how much are we pulling out of stabilization, should we need that for some other purpose. So I would agree, 20 year.
Finance Committee? Any?
I'm okay with what you're proposing. I mean, if we knew there were no other big projects that we're aware of, then I'd be more in favor of saving the town some interest money and just doing it ourselves. But that's not the case. We happen to know that there are a number of other things coming along that we have no choice. We have to deal with them. We can't just let the bridges and roads fall apart. I mean, I can go along with what you're saying. As much as I like to save the money of interest, this is a reasonable course to propose, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dan. I would much rather been an advocate for borrowing our own money and just putting a 3 to 5 year repayment plan and get aggressive and pay it off, or put it back to ourselves to start regaining all of the lost revenue from pulling that money out. But weighing the two against each other, this one makes the most sense to me.
How many more projects and what are you anticipating as far as costs in the near future? Just, I don't know, I was thinking more of going with the third plan, the one, repaying over 10 years. But yeah, and is, up to you guys. I don't know. I have a hard time paying interest. But that's just me.
I think the capital alone, there's 2 bridges, a potential building.
Okay.
The building is around 5 million, bridges are 2 million, one, we don't even have anything for the other bridge. Depending, after a conversation with our fire chief, there may or not be a fire truck. That's probably 5 years out.
Okay.
At $500,000 plus.
Yeah, at least, yep, that's about.
Poplar.
It was estimated 3 years ago, I think he plugged in about 750,000 for it. Those are like the real big things I can think of that's on the plan right now.
We have Poplar Mountain and all the damage
yep.
from
Yep.
the July storm and drainage improvements to prevent that from happening again if we do rebuild the road, which is going to make it much more significant costs. I'm sure it's probably 6 figures, or probably 7 figures, I should say, to do that. I feel like there's others, but I mean, there's a handful of $1 million plus projects on the docket. We hope to get state funding for one of the bridges. We hope to get grants and other things, obviously, but I think my leaning in the direction that Scott, it was as well, for taking the full 20 years is because those are all unknowns, and some of those we're going to have to do at some point in the next 3 to 5 years at the most. And if we're able to potentially borrow from ourselves or even just fund those without borrowing at all, if we're just carrying the one, that may allow us to.
Yeah,
but if we borrowed on this one, then we'll definitely won't be able to on those and from ourselves. So it's a little bit of now or then, but not even having paid off the library one yet, for me, we're a little ahead of it.
We're very close on the library though, aren't we?
I'm sorry?
Very close on the library though, aren't we?
We have two payments of
100.
approximately 278, I believe, 273 is what we had been doing, remaining.
Yep.
We're going to decrease that by the remaining appropriation in the solar, so it's going to bring it down to, I think, maybe 370 something,
Okay.
400. And then we have the LEED certification, which may get us another 100 to go towards that. At that point, we're down around 3, give or take. And I think we've all been discussing, depending on capacity in the budget this year, do we just pay it off this year? In fiscal 23, I say this year, but, in the fiscal 23 plan, but do we want to borrow before that's even done? I think is just where I'm pausing.
Just for the record, I'm with you on
Yeah.
not enjoying actually the interest on if there's a reasonable alternative. I'm the odd duck out because I'm with Jen. I'm really torn. I can understand why you gentlemen think the 20 year is good, but then I'm totally with let's not pay the interest and on that side of it. I think for me the hard is the unknown of the cost that we have coming up, and then knowing just in one storm, it worries me if that kind of thing happens again. I mean, that was a bridge, a road, it was such destruction during that one storm. I worry if we're tapping stabilization, instead of borrowing, what happens if we have that kind of event again, where we need to make repairs and may not be able to access funding right away? Are we potentially tapping stabilization to our detriment if we do something like that? That's my only concern, but I don't like paying interest either.
And I think he's doing the math right now, but I was just going to say, if we look forward 10 years and we just say, in 10 years we decide we do have the capacity to just pay it off and be done and not keep carrying the interest, it's roughly, I believe, about 200 of the $500,000 carrying cost we would avoid. Now, it's not all of it, it's not half.
Yeah,
but
I did it for, if we paid it off in 8 years, and I actually calculated it out, we'd pay $575 of the principal off in the first 8 years, leaving $1 million balance. So it would cost us about $300,000 more, rather than the difference of, I think it was $2,060,000 if we were to run it for the full 20 years. We would save that's the number I was crunching. We would
about
save
300.
about 300 for paying it off early. And then I looked at the two different options. If you did the 10-year, because they're not, it'd be off a little bit, but that would drop another 130,000 of savings.
Was that the third one?
Yeah, that's the third one.
So the third one was borrow $1 million from ourselves and
You get paid off in 10 years.
use $1 million of our own and borrow 570,
Yes.
then pay that off in 6 years.
10 actually. Yeah, he was actually pretty
Well,
generous with this.
pay off the borrowing in 6,
Oh, yeah,
pay ourselves in
borrowing,
10,
yes,
right?
Yeah, yeah, yep.
Aside from just the interest aspect of it, is there another reason why you would recommend that one?
I was just thinking that we could go ahead and use the stabilization now, and then I guess maybe borrow in the future. But again, whether we borrow now, borrow later, I guess it really wouldn't matter.
Actually, I might. That brings me to another one. Well, rates could get unfavorable. Rates are pretty favorable right now, right?
Yes.
So actually, that could be. I may go the other way and say that's a reason to borrow now versus later because the rates are favorable and some of the lowest we've ever seen.
But the borrowing rates in 5 years from now, when these projects hit our table to actually fund.
Right, if we delayed them.
Yeah, that was a good point to bring up. Yeah, absolutely. So maybe you're swaying me towards the 20 years.
And while I hear you, I hear that stance of let's just borrow from ourselves now and we'll take out a note the next time. In my short time in town, which is only about 17 years now, that's been the same dialogue every single time. It hasn't changed. And somebody who's been in town much longer than me, I don't know the last time,
The water tank.
that was the,
I would speculate that that's the last borrowing.
you know,
So we didn't borrow for here.
No.
We borrowed from ourselves for next door.
right.
I don't know about the police station.
What was that for the police?
But we're still doing quite well. We still have 10 million in stabilization.
Correct. And it took us
we borrow
those
for the
years
police
to get
station?
there.
Right.
You know, it took us a number of years to get there, and I don't want to see a number of years of effort of building
Yeah, no, I
that up
absolutely don't either,
to-
absolutely.
And I don't, we've talked about it a few times anecdotally, but we did kind of write up the financial policy about borrowing from ourselves, and there is a threshold to how much we can do that.
Correct.
I'm sure we have that capacity because we've almost paid the Belly back, but I don't recall, it's some percentage. So there is a limit to what we want to do also.
I think we have to pay ourselves back within 3 years.
The requirement is a plan must be presented to the voters to pay it back.
Right.
Okay.
And those plans will take longer if we're carrying debt service on top of
Correct.
borrowing from ourselves. So Bill was speculating it might have been the police station to answer your question, but the only debt service we have today is the water tank.
Right.
A little bit left on POTW, the upgrades from 2009.
Really? Okay. Must be little. So is that a decision? I mean, we don't have to, but I think it'd be good to get a decision tonight so that
No,
Yeah, it would be
Treasurer
good
can
so
move
that we can
forward.
have paperwork. It would be
planning
wonderful. Thank
purposes,
you.
I think it is important that we do
You
it
don't
tonight.
mind.
And yes, I would propose that we do a 20-year note for the full amount of, do you want it as a motion, or do you want to just discuss it? We don't really need a motion on it.
we already have an authorization.
Yeah, there's already an authorization, so yeah.
Just a,
So the next part of this is the authorization gave the treasurer, working with the select board, the authorization to finalize the borrowing.
Yeah.
So now that you've sort of talked through what you want to do, that allows the treasurer to go and do the work of issuing a procurement and securing the bids. I think it's a 2 or 3 week process.
Yep.
And then once they all come in, then she can finalize an award.
okay.
Good.
And then we have to sign stuff, I'm sure.
No, I will reach out to David first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Can I ask a
And we
question?
should just put a plan into well, somebody's calendar who will be here at that point to look at this as we get it, year 6. And so if there's a wish to potentially pay that off early.
We keep an annual file on debt service things. There's not much in it, but we check it every year to go over what's the plan for this year, so we can make a note on whatever you all agree to. So a housekeeping question for the budget. On the summary sheet, I created just a quick line item to remind myself that I needed a placeholder for a debt service in case you had this conversation. What I need to understand is, where do you want this debt service? You currently have a debt service section of POTW. Do you want to add this in? It would increase, obviously, the POTW overall budget, but it would all be housed together with the other debt service. Or do you want to carve this out as something else, keep it in the operating side of the budget? You'd probably get a code of 750. That's typically where debt service goes. We don't currently have debt service. Those are all zeroed out lines in our budget right now. So we could build it there. And the only reason I'm asking is that you have an enterprise fund for wastewater, but you self-fund. So it's not like you're charging rate users and having to keep that money isolated. You raise and appropriate and transfer the money in. So it's up to you all how we structure this, but I need some guidance on how to build the budget.
My initial thought is to keep it with wastewater because it was for wastewater, not just because we already had the account numbers created.
No, I was going to say,
But,
over the years, we've been trying to allocate true cost to each department in the town. That makes sense to keep it within that department.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, easy enough.
Obviously, it will require explanation, but I think it's a pretty clear, path from the taxpayers authorized us to do this a couple of years ago, and here it is. Now we have to pay it back.
Okay. So I will revise the cover sheet and the POTW budget, putting these numbers in. I'll use a placeholder, is 110,000 as a placeholder for right now, okay?
Yeah.
We won't have the firm numbers until the procurement's done, so we can be more finite in a few months.
Okay.
And then I will have to reissue the POTW budget to all of you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Great, yes, thank you.
Two things left to go through. One is just kind of the overall draft budget summary, which Brian has put together and started to plug in the different totals as we've gotten close to kind of finalizing some different things here. And then discussing the STM warrant. There's one additional article that's been proposed and timing of that meeting. Scott, would you mind, I just want to step away for a minute. If you don't mind taking over, I'll have Brian run through the summary and if anything comes up.
Sure.
Thank you. So we'll review the draft budget summary, RNA and free cash. Brian, if you'll run through that.
Not a problem. So we were waiting on the governor to release budget numbers. That came out about a week and a half ago. So I now have at least the temporary numbers to put in as placeholders. So I've updated in your revenue section what we have for our levy limit based on last year's levy. Right now, I'm budgeting no new growth. That will get reassessed maybe a little bit further into the year if the assessors can give me some updated information, but I think it's prudent not to budget anticipating that. Slight decrease in our local receipts. There just wasn't a lot of activity happening in the past year, so I don't think it's reasonable to be too ambitious with that number, so we've brought that down just a little bit. Your state charges and receipts have been added, and then you're currently carrying the free cash that was certified back in November. So I've identified that as a funding source. To date, I've put in in the expense section, I've put in the aggregated amounts of all the budgets that you've heard to date. So everything is in there, including today's education budgets that you heard. I was able to update that today. The benefits have been revised with that additional request for the assessment for the Regional Retirement Board that I just talked about a few moments ago. So that increases that have been factored into there. I had originally put the wastewater annual appropriations, that raise and appropriate article that you put in the warrant. I had built that not including this new debt service. So I need to go back and amend that. So I will take that 2 spaces down. I put a placeholder for that debt service. I'm going to roll those 2 things together and revise the budget. The Capital Planning Committee has not finalized their recommendation yet. You have a meeting with them on February 28th. So just as a working number, I put a placeholder in of 600,000. I have no clue that that's going to be their final recommendation. But again, I'm just putting something in its place for now. There's your annual commitment to repay payment to the library, for the library into stabilization, so the 273. And in the last year, you've made an annual appropriation into capital stabilization of 150,000. So I put a placeholder in, assuming you wanted to make an appropriation into the account. You haven't discussed amongst the 3 boards what you want to put in that account, so I just put that placeholder in. And then you have the standard things that we always fund. We call them the special articles or the recurring appropriations. So that's your OPEB, that's your permanent record restoration, the assessor's revaluation. And this year they asked you for a defense. You haven't funded it in a while, but a little additional funding for defense for the ATB cases. And then the town buildings. So all of those things are in that lump sum amount. And all of the supporting documentation is broken out in the individual department budgets. It's broken out this way because this is how it's presented in the annual town meeting warrant. When we go to build those articles, I need these totals. So all of that being said, I also have tentatively put in the amount that we're asking out of free cash for your STM that you've drafted. I know that's the next topic, but there's a few articles that do require some funding, and we've identified free cash as the funding source. So that's that 41,483 it looks like. So at this exact moment, it appears that you still have a balance available to appropriate of 66,000. I want to go back through and check all these things one more time and make sure that everything is adding up the way it should. So this is very much a rough draft, but I wanted to make sure now that I had the final education numbers, that I got this in front of you.
You didn't miss anything. Welcome back.
That was strategic. I almost didn't say anything. If I could slip away. Questions on the draft summary?
So the balance is 66,898 is left in free cash?
Technically, yes.
Well,
Between free cash and what you have available to raise and appropriate.
did you say you were going to do a placeholder of 110 for the debt service?
Right, so I'll
So
reduce that.
that'll actually go up to 76?
That will make that 76, that's correct.
Just wanted to make sure when you roll that over.
And did you say this education carried the numbers from tonight?
I brought all the numbers from tonight.
Okay. So maybe just for future discussion, there's about 212 if we level funded secondary ed.
Right.
That we could put back or put somewhere else if we wish to level fund and ensure that we carried some free cash just in case or
Right.
whatever that would be. Was the change in retirement in here as well? I missed that if you said that, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'll spend some time this week with the office staff, making sure we've gone over all the formulas, make sure everything is captured correctly, make these adjustments that you've discussed tonight, and I can get a revised version out to all of you. But at least you have some good working numbers for your discussion on the 28th.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Any other questions on the summary?
Brian, you had mentioned in other special articles, the assessor's asking for a little bump in that.
Mm-hmm.
That's in addition to the 200 for the overlay?
Correct. So the overlay is used for many of their abatements and potential settlements. Their appropriations for what they can spend on specific expense lines. You've always funded annually for the revaluation of the mountain project.
Yep.
And then there's a line item that you just haven't funded in a while, and it was a defense fund.
Right.
They've been drawing on a prior appropriation for several years. But in preparation for several ATB cases that I know the assessors talked about when they presented,
Yep.
they thought it was prudent to ask you all to replenish some of that account. I don't anticipate that becoming an annual request, but it does sound like it's appropriate to ask now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I think, as I mentioned earlier, the library is the second to last one, the 273. So the balance is somewhere around 273, less what we move, assuming the voters approve the movement from the PV array fund.
Right.
Is that correct? When did you think we might see the Leeds money if it gets approved?
The deadline for MBLC is to receive it by April, the application, so it's got to be finalized in the next month or so. And then MBLC takes whatever their review process is. So you should receive it by June 30, assuming it's approved.
Any other questions on it at this point? Okay.
Not for this evening.
At least it's in the right direction to begin with.
Yep.
It's better than last year. And then STM warrant draft. So Finance Committee, we've added one article after discussion with Capital and with the assessors. I brought an additional article to the board to put the assessor software, which had been pushed out by Capital last year because of lack of funds, was on the plan to be put in FY23 and instead brought it to put on the STM to then do it sooner than the end of the fiscal year. And the board supported putting it on, so just looking for any questions from the Finance Committee and if you wanted to take any action to put on the STM document.
That was the last article?
That was
Article
article
three.
number three.
It's a new number 3, yeah.
New number 3, yep. That was
based on
for
grouping.
$25,000 from free cash to upgrade the assessing software.
Thoughts, gentlemen?
I like to recuse myself from discussing the assessment software. When you've done that with that, I have another question about
Okay.
recommending all these other things we've heard.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the new amount of the assessor's software, 25,000, was it?
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Let the record show Dan is back.
Yeah, welcome back,
You had a
Dan.
question?
Until the end to say, finance committee recommends things like the secondary budget and the elementary budget and that kind of thing, or are we doing it piecemeal?
Everything at the end.
We usually do it all at the end.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's your decision now.
I think to that point though, I think one of our next joint meetings is going to be kind of wrapping this all up. Is there any variables that are question marks? Are we happy with the way that budget's rolling up? Are there things we want to change, push back on? All of that culmination of these discussions.
To that point, we're finishing this STM that you've been working on for a few months, but as soon as you're done, I'm hoping you're done with this tonight. But once you're done with this, I'm going to draft the annual town meeting warrant. So when you all meet again on the 28th, you will have a draft of the annual town meeting warrant, and we're going to start planning for May. So that will be your chance. I'll put placeholders in the
Right.
budget. That will be your chance to start having that conversation about what is your recommendation and how do you want that warrant to look.
Okay, sounds good. And the last part of the STM is setting the date and location. You may remember Mr. Newton, the town clerk, had identified if it's a Saturday, there's a couple Saturdays right in the middle of March that are out. So we did talk to the moderator as well about Saturdays, and the other two he is available, which is the 5th and the 26th, I believe, Brian. So, and then location. Are we going to do a drive up outdoor? And hopefully not icy 10 below weather, or do we do something in the school and, as we had traditionally, indoors with distancing and things like that? And if so, especially a Saturday during the day where we have opportunity to do a cleaning after and before the students would return, things like that. But there's some logistics to either version, whether we need outdoor support for sound and such to sort that out. So.
Given it's an STM, which typically has lower turnout, and being on a Saturday, I would be in favor of at the elementary school in the gym, which I believe is the largest space they have, bigger than the cafeteria, to allow for more capacity. We can space everybody out. We can get everybody inside a building safely. If we hit more than 30 people, I would fall over.
I don't know, there's some zoning on there.
I'm just gonna put it out there, there's been a controversy because of the FUD. It is getting very confused with some other changes that the planning board has been looking at, so I question if we might actually have a fairly,
Substantial turnout?
yes, yep.
Okay. I'm all for it.
I guess unless anyone feels that we shouldn't do it there, I agree. And for that reason as well, if we do have a good turnout, the forum for the public to be able to have engagement, ask questions. While we managed it in an outdoor drive up, it wasn't, I don't think, super conducive, and not in March weather necessarily, to having lots of people offer question and feedback. And I don't want to limit that. Like, the goal is not to limit that. So unless anyone feels strongly that we shouldn't hold it there, we'll speak with the school about how we mitigate their concerns and, ensure that we don't interrupt their continuity, but also, at that point, I don't see any reason not to do it either day. unless anyone has a day they prefer, the 5th or the 26th.
And if it's indoor, I can remove all the rain date, hold outside putting.
Right.
Correct.
Just double check here.
So what's the anticipated date?
March 5th or March 26th?
That's the question.
The first or the last Saturday?
I would go for the first unless someone has a, I mean, the 5th, the first
Yeah.
Saturday, unless someone has a
I
different.
always thought on the week is, if we're gonna be in the gym, rec isn't doing a program or basketball or anything like that, so I know they leave the school sometimes. Would that interfere with anything
Basketball should
there?
be over by March. I know, I'm not 100% sure on the rec league when they're done, but they typically end before your high school sports. And
Okay.
high school basketball, I know, is ending mid to late February.
Okay,
So,
just thought.
do you have that info?
Brian, of course he does.
I was going to say. Okay.
I was thinking that too.
I'm just thinking even like the timing is, you know, are they there at maybe first thing in the morning? So like what time would we be doing?
I think when we've done Saturdays, we've done 10 a.m. 10 a.m. for the meeting, and then the board usually meets ahead of time with the FinCom if there's anything to cover. Or the board to handle regular business if we have any. Well, I guess unless there's a preference, we'd just keep with 10 a.m. on
Yeah.
Saturday, March 5th.
Yeah.
Unless anyone, was one of you traveling in March as well? Is that okay with whatever that was?
I'm traveling in May.
May, okay. It was an M, I was close.
Before you set that date finally, can I just ask, going to the zoning?
Oh yeah, I'm not done with the STM. I wanted to get to the date, and yes, I know we need to go back to the STM for some of the nuance before it's approvable. That are technically not financial, so I was just going to come back to them and offer the FinCom could stay or go, whatever they prefer.
I'm just waiting on a response, hopefully from a school committee chair.
Okay, well, if you want to wait for a moment, I guess as long as finance is comfortable with either day, we'll set it here tonight in a few minutes, I hope, and then get it finalized and posted and out and set up. Beyond that, the only things remaining, unless Brian corrects me, is setting some book and page and determining whether or not all the zoning articles stay on, which I think they will not. I think we're going to have half as many as we did, or two will come off. But the board hasn't determined that quite yet. But it's not financial, so I don't know if you all want to stay in the joint meeting, or you're welcome to stay after.
I'm staying because I'm planning.
Would the Finance Committee like to adjourn before we go into that discussion, or would they like to stay as a joint meeting? Sounded like a motion to adjourn the joint meeting from Mr. Benfellas. So I will second that. And all those in favor of adjourning the joint meeting with Finance, Board of Library Trustees, and the School Committee and resuming the Select Board meeting, please say aye. Aye. Thank you all. Any opposed? No? Didn't think so. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We will.
Been opposed?
I'm sorry?
I gave a thing to Brian tonight, you might put it on a future agenda, someone has expressed an interest in being on the Veterans Committee.
Okay.
It'll be a couple of years before we get anything done, and I'll get something in capital planning for an estimate of what it might be. People want to recognize veterans and a variety of wars and conflicts and stuff.
Okay.
And our first library search committee thing, our meeting is planned for February 15th.
Good.
Ryan will get the applications to us, and we'll be sworn in. Okay, we'll all be sworn in by then. That's all I had to say, I guess. So,
Okay. Thank you. Excellent. And you'll see in your email the final STM and the date and everything if you don't hear it tonight. And we'll see you all on the 28th, 7 p.m. to continue operating budget and ATM. Thank you all. Going back to the STM, I think generally the board, we've gone through all these a few times over, so unless there's anything that has come up of concern or question, the few that we need to finalize before we can approve it is the Article 11 needs the map, block, and lot. Article 11, which is Moore Street. 17 Moore Street property, needs those locations to specify the specific lot and parcel. Brian can fill those in tonight if we determine we're ready to sign that, and we can sign it after the meeting. Same for Article 12 with the acquisition of the Pratt Street easement. It's missing the assessor map, block, and lot, which we can fill in tonight as well. And then moving to the zoning bylaws. So there are two related to the plan unit development, which the planning board had worked on for a long time. I think we're all good with those.
That's 13 and 16, right?
Hey, I was just trying to figure out the balance. It's 13
I
and
looked
16.
at them.
Okay, thank you.
13 is the PUD and 16 is the map, which would be reflective of the changes if the PUD goes through.
So then 14, which is the
Definitions.
amendment of the definitions, and 15, which was the amendment of the table for special permits.
Correct.
I was at the last planning board meeting, and they did discuss our most recent memo that we submitted around, kind of narrowing what we were asking about in terms of the definition and the particularly the table. And just paraphrasing, they came back with some recommendations or requests that they'd like us to potentially modify and or retract our original request and submit a new one with some changes from their discussion. I did not fail to put that on tonight specifically, and I don't think we have the exact language yet. I don't think we have the exact process from legal yet on what the board has to do, because these are kicked off by a board request to the planning board to hold a hearing and review. So what exactly do we have to do from the one we already did, that they held a hearing, but then we were waiting on feedback? We've since submitted a memo. So just kind of potentially undoing what we've done and drafting a new request. So at the end of the day, I guess my opinion is I don't think we're ready to put these on.
Both the table and the definition, because those are the two
because they kind of go together.
They do.
Yeah.
They're in tandem.
And Brian or Deb, as a planning board member, if you recall exactly what was motioned from that night, welcome to share it with the board. I don't recall exactly the language because it was a long night.
So something along the lines of yes to central. We added French King Commercial District. We basically took your request and approved it, but with the addition of adding the French King Commercial District into it as well. And we also voted to approve the definition change.
So if I put that all together, I believe the board's original request was to change it to special permit across the board.
That was the original.
That was the original. That's what the planning board held a hearing for.
Right. And then
We had a
second
subsequent request, which was to narrow that just to VR.
Right.
Yeah.
Just to village residential. Because it was already a special permit in Central Village. And the definition change, the same definition change. And that's what I recall as well. The planning board recommended to send back to us the definition as proposed, and then to also add French King Commercial District by special permit because of that district, where it is, in their opinion. So the question now is what do we have to do to potentially undo the original request, which held a hearing, which has a timeline to when we have to take action, and instead submit a new request, which is special, if we agree, special permit in Village Residential and French King Commercial District, and the definition change, which would then kick off the planning board to need to have another hearing.
So
to then potentially bring it to a meeting, which hopefully we could line up for the annual, but we definitely can't do for a special at this point unless we don't want to hold one, which we got stuff to deal with, so.
So do we have enough time to do that between?
Now an annual?
March 5th?
To hold another public
Not for the special,
Oh, you're not-
not for the special. We will not be able to make the
No.
timeline for the
Okay.
special. That's out. So that's why long story short, I guess I'm proposing we pull those out of the special town meeting warrant for now. Whether or not all that can get done in time for the annual town meeting is a question mark, I think, at this point.
Well, I'm going to turn to Mariah because she's the advertising expert.
Come on up if you want to join the conversation.
Join the party?
Mariah Curtis, planner, join the table
So,
as we navigate this.
time, Mariah, because the planning board voted on these changes, would we have time to pull off a special town meeting if they move the special town meeting to the last Saturday of March? Would we have time to hold a public hearing?
So, my understanding is that the requirement for holding the public hearing is you held the public hearing on your set of originally proposed changes, and that if you walk it back from that you don't have to hold another public hearing. But I believe that Brian checked with council, and she recommended just to be safe, hold the extra public hearing. And I would have to check the exact timeline, but I believe that it was 6 weeks total that we needed last time. So that would give us 1, 2, 3. No, we wouldn't.
No.
We would not have time if it was the 5th. If it was the end of March, let's see, 1, 2,
Yeah,
3.
you're
tight.
within a few days.
Yeah. Which means we need to be prepared to request it tonight, and we're not.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
think it
put
would
it
be
on for that.
rushed.
My
and I would
apologies,
hate
but I
to
didn't
try to
think we were
pay
there. So instead, I would think we would put this on with all the details of what we need to do for the 28th to kick it off, and that should allow us enough time to get it on the annual, because that should give us plenty of. It gives us all of March and half of April probably till print. I think that's enough time, right, Brian?
The February 28th meeting would be enough time to finalize and get a hearing posted.
You're not going to finalize the ATM until the end of March, and I usually plan on getting it out the first week of April. So as long as we can conduct whatever needs to be done with the planning board in the month of March, and you can finalize your warrant.
I think it would be the end of March, because I think there's several weeks required for advertising and such.
Right, so we'd have to get Mike to move the meeting because our meeting for March is technically the 17th.
Why don't we plan? We'll look to Brian and Mariah to collate all the details on what we have to do to walk back whatever we have done already appropriately, to then lodge a new request to the planning board to kick off a new hearing. And I kind of agree. I thought we probably have the ability to go forward with that one because it's less than what we asked, but in terms of transparency and one consistent message, because it gets confusing.
Yep.
I think that's the best. And so if we kick off on the 28th, even with all of that, if we have what we need in the ATM, even if there's a waiting period, the meeting's not happening till May, so we have time.
Right.
We should have time to put the language in there, print it. Worst case, we pass over at an annual town meeting if something came up, but at least it's gone through the hearing, it's gone through most steps by then. So I think we can put it on the annual.
Okay.
I guess is what I'm getting to.
Yeah. And I believe the process, and Brian and I can finalize all this, would be you would retract your previous submission to them, and we would write you a new memo that you would resubmit to them, just to make it very clean of what they're actually moving forward with.
Yeah. And so, obviously, please draft those two as well. Just
Yeah.
to make that clear. But yeah, as recommended with those changes from our last meetings. So that's our path on those two zoning articles, as long as you both are good with that.
To follow up with the comment, Deb, you made earlier, the anticipated, conversation around these articles Was it related to all of them? Was it related to the definitions, more about, or the PUD, or, I'm just curious if pulling 2 of these out of the special, is that,
I am hopeful that, in all honesty, I am hopeful by taking these 2 out of the special, it will not negatively affect the PUD. I think just the timing of us moving forward with the PUD and
Aligned with
everything
this,
going on
yeah.
down at the IP mill and everything, I think it all kind of got confused and jumbled together, and people were kind of mistaking the 2 issues even though they were separate. So I think this will make it a lot clearer that the PUD is its own thing and the zoning changes are their own thing, and they don't.
yeah, they're not a simultaneous
Yeah.
venture?
Yeah.
Okay,
And they aren't dependent and they aren't related.
correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Their timing was just.
Okay.
So I guess my proposal is that we pull 14 and 15 off the STM. And then we update the book lot and page or map lot and page on the other 2 are, on 11 and 12.
Yeah.
And then as long as we can set a date, I think we're ready to approve unless either of you have questions or concerns from there.
No, I have no questions. The only question I have is on Articles 6 through 9. Who's going to address those? Are we going to have maps on a screen for people, or are we going to just hand out maps?
It would probably be more visible if we were to blow it up onto a screen.
Yeah,
So I can
that's what I
arrange
was
for that.
Yeah.
Do we have are there facilities at the school that are going to be big enough for that to be useful? Versus,
If they don't have a mobile in the auditorium already, they have all of their some Promethean boards.
Yeah,
Whatever they are.
Yeah.
They're Promethean boards.
They're all on mobile carts.
okay.
Okay.
I just didn't know if that'd be large enough from a distance versus having the prints on some back tables informationally like we've done with other things.
Both.
I was
Okay.
going to say, I think it's not one or the other.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes it's helpful to walk up during the conversation to be able to point something out on
Right.
something large. So yeah, we can do both.
Okay.
I assume we're going to have some of the similar stuff for the PUD for the planning board to have as well, right? Some of the maps and stuff.
You're talking about for the zoning
Yeah,
changes?
yeah,
The maps are
specific
already
to-
done, so yeah.
Yeah.
We bring all of
We'll
that.
have the materials there. We're planning to, I guess is what I meant. Okay. So while
Yeah, yeah.
you were, okay, that works for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you hear anything back on the 5th or the 26th?
According to the school committee chair, who also knows the rec commission chair, there's no concern from their understanding of an issue for rec. They're not having home games, so
Okay.
Saturdays are open, and there shouldn't be necessarily an issue from the school. And you obviously need to speak to the principal and
Right.
the superintendent.
Right.
But
If something comes up, we won't post it and
Right, but they
everything
don't
and get the
anticipate a
constable till we've verified that with them, but.
And while you were all speaking, I was trying to make all the edits on the draft. So I've got Article 12 updated with the map and lot number. The state has not updated the map system. So Article number 11, that was that lot that was subdivided, that you subdivided last year, the old school and the library.
Right.
And then the split isn't showing on the state system, so I'm missing that. But I have struck through what was Article 14 and 15, renamed Article 16, 14. Sounds like what you all were describing.
Yep.
I have put in the approval recommendation from the Finance Committee on Article 3.
Excellent.
And I have stricken all of the language about a rain date. I've put in the location of the Erving Elementary School, 28 Northfield Road, on Saturday, March 5th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Are those all of the revisions that you all have tentatively agreed upon?
Sounds right to me.
Yep.
Yes.
Do you want to
So in terms of 11, do we want to
I was just gonna
post
ask
it
the
with
same thing.
TBD and we can read the corrected in the
mean,
meeting?
I was just going to say, we've done that fairly often. If we didn't have the information available, you just give the moderator the
Right.
the updated version and they can read it.
Right. So if we modify that sentence to say to be identified at the, or you want to leave them blank?
I was going to say, could you just leave them blank and then just have a printed, corrected one with the information included.
And if we have it before the mailing, because we just don't have a meeting in between, we could always present it as proposed. Right, we could send out an addenda in the notification to all the residents that says, this is the proposed corrected language for Article 11.
Oh, okay, so just put
See
it
what I'm
back.
saying? Like, we
Just
can
put it-
present that as is and then add an inserted page that just says,
It says.
the
just-
proposed correction to Article 11 to be read at the meeting.
Okay, and so that way they're duly noted even before.
Even so,
in the
yeah.
mailing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're identifying the property in 3 different ways.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
by name as the form of
Shouldn't be
library,
confused.
the
Yeah,
address.
they'll know
This
where it
the
is.
third.
Yeah.
Right.
The only other question I had was that there were a few holdouts for whether or not the FinCom would make recommendations, and to date, and obviously they've left, they have not made recommendations. So, would you like me just to note that they made no recommendation? Would you like me to remove that space?
In terms of the non-financial articles, particularly, right?
Like, for instance, on
I
zoning, they did not make a recommendation.
Right, and they typically don't.
Yeah, I think at times we've used something like took no position, but I would say because they didn't specify, let's just delete it unless you all just take the finance committee recommends off those
Right.
articles.
If,
On the zoning ones, would you like that replaced with select board recommends?
Oh, that's a good point. We didn't propose them. Do we recommend them? I mean, we're putting them on the warrant.
I think to keep it transparent,
Yes?
Would be required, I believe, to put them on if the planning board presented them, or if anyone other than you presented them. So you can't, I don't think you can take the assumption that you're putting them on the warrant as an endorsement.
Do you think it has to be explicit?
Oh, I agree with you. We didn't submit them, so it doesn't show endorsement one way or the other. At the end of the day, I think it's not implied because we have the authority not to put something on the warrant, but that doesn't mean because we did that we endorse it. It just means that we put it to the voter. So I agree with you, I guess, what I'm saying. I think if we want to explicitly say we're endorsing those zoning articles, I think we should call that out. But that's up to the board. I don't know if you all have an opinion either way.
well, we can have that conversation right now because I'll make a motion that we recommend Article 13 for the special town meeting as presented by the planning board.
I will second that.
At least now we can actually have a real conversation about whether or
Fair
not we
point.
want to,
Fair point.
Do
Make
that.
a recommendation?
about making a recommendation.
Fair.
I think just for transparency and keeping it clean, it's in some eyes it's implied that because we put it on the warrant that it's a recommendation from us. But as you said, just because something's on there doesn't mean that we endorse it. I'm in favor of it, and I would like to let that stance be known. So
Well, I am as well, so
Yeah, I agree.
and that
I don't have a
motion was
problem.
just to
endorse it.
endorse it.
Right. To change that language, Finance Committee recommends to Select Board recommends.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye. And I probably should have done that for both articles, because I didn't do it for Article 16. So I'll make a motion that the Article 16 is, has a notation of recommended by the
Select Board
Select Board.
recommends, yep. Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Now, going forward, Brian, that's a template that we've had on there for as long as I can remember, submitted by and Finance Committee recommends. It's a template that we use.
Correct.
And maybe modifying that for when we're presenting it, that if it's typically things like zoning, finance is not putting it on there. And if we are putting an article forward, maybe we should just blanket have the language on there so we can just simply take that vote.
Would you do that only for ones that we didn't present? Because if we're presenting it, we've assumingly approved to present, right?
If it's presented by the select board, then
that's fine.
the process happened in a meeting where we had that dialogue and we
Endorsed
put, it had to have had 2/3 of us to be able to put it on there anyways.
Why don't we ask that question when we review the ATM next meeting? We'll ask the finance committee, would they like us to take that off on non-financial articles? And then if they wish to be added to something, they can ask, but otherwise we'll just keep it without, as a standard.
Yeah, and the reason I say
And
that
I agree with
is-
you for the non-select board articles. I think it would
Right,
be good.
and the reason I say that is I recalled Mr. Hammack several times standing up saying, Finance Committee recommendation is blank because it's a non-financial article and we did not take a stance one way or another. And some people start questioning, so
Right.
instead of leaving a line blank, let's just not have it there if we're not going to utilize it.
So the same question then on
Make
all
'em-
road layouts.
Yes.
Well, as we're going back through this, the same question on a bunch of these. All right, which one are you referring to? The finance committee recommends piece?
That's it.
Oh. I think we take it out because they made no
Okay.
decision any other way.
Right, and they've had several opportunities to weigh in. I think you explicitly asked them in one meeting, do you want to?
Yeah, and I think they said no, but we
No.
didn't talk about what language they wanted instead, so I think
Right.
removing it would be the cleanest.
Yep.
That being said, I'll make a motion that the select board recommends Article 1 for FY21 expenses and Article 3 for the assessing software upgrades. And let me make sure there's no others before I finish that motion.
Okay, I was just about to second, but I will wait until you,
I think that's it, because the rest is road and the rest zoning we did.
yeah, I believe you are correct on that.
Okay, done.
I will second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Did you capture that, Brian?
It was 1 and
1
3.
and 1 and 3, yeah.
Yep. So with that being said, I'll make a motion that we approve the special town meeting warrant for March 5th, 2022 at 10 a.m. at the Erving Elementary School as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So if you all don't mind waiting a few minutes at the end, Brian is editing on the fly here, and we will have that
Printed up.
modified draft to sign off tonight.
Sounds good.
Sure.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Meeting minutes. We have meeting minutes from January 24th, 2022.
Yeah, and these were presented last time and passed over, correct?
Passed over.
Yeah,
Correct,
just
yeah.
making sure. I read them and I was like, I think I read these before. Started to question whether or not I was going crazy. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from January 24th, 2022 as printed.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I abstain, I wasn't there.
Noted. Meeting minutes of February 2nd, 2022.
Make a motion to adopt the meeting minutes of February 2nd, 2022 as written.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Issuance of Erving Cemetery deeds number 560 and 562 for Smith.
Make a motion that we issue deed number 560, lot number 1459 to Jacob A. Smith and Deborah L. Smith, 14 High Street, Irving.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry,
There's 2.
got ahead of myself.
You gonna put those together?
I am going to put those together,
Okay.
so if you want to,
I amend.
okay, it's deed number 560 and deed number 561, two lot numbers 1459 and 1458 respectively, to Deborah L. Smith and Jacob A. Smith, 14 High Street.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Issuance of the 2022 business license, Johnson Automotive and Marine Service. Make a motion, we issue the business license to Douglas Johnson, DBA Johnson Auto and Marine Service, 97 Mountain Road, for auto and marine repair through December 31, 2022.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Renewal of the State Police Dispatch Services Memorandum of Understanding. So this is for the Public Safety Dispatch Services. Agreement between Massachusetts State Police and the town of Erving. It's the same service we've been utilizing for a long time.
Correct.
Any questions or concerns?
No concern?
No concerns, and this runs through,
It begins January 1st of
5 years.
2022.
right, 2027?
Yep.
Is it December, goes through December 31st?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yes.
So this is a 5-year?
Yes.
That's what they're requesting. I don't have the previous contract, so I don't know what previous was.
Can we?
Can we?
Can we enter into a contract?
I mean, I know we should know, but can we exceed 3 years for this service?
We've run
There
into
are
this-
exclusions, right? Or there are exceptions because of the types
We're
of
partnering with the
services.
state, so.
Right. I mean, I doubt anyone's going to challenge it, but I just formally.
It's a good question. I don't have a definitive answer.
Well,
to that.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the fact that we are renewing a previous 5-year contract, that this question has been asked and answered previously.
I agree.
I have limited concern about it.
Okay.
Either way,
Yep.
as well.
Does it say?
What it is or what it's for? What were you? Did it say what?
Oh, no, nothing. Oh, I'm good.
I'll make a motion that we enter into the agreement for providing public safety dispatch services between the Massachusetts State Police and the town of Erving for a period of 5 years commencing on January 1st, 2022.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think that did indicate that that they wanted the chair to sign that.
I believe that's accurate.
Okay. I will sign it. We're going to pass over the discussion of calendar 2021 Montague Sewer overage and inflow and intake. We'll move that to the February 28th meeting. We have completed budget requests. So last, but definitely not least, review of the former IP mill, paper mill RFP draft. Mariah, would you like to rejoin us? Thank you for hanging in there.
Yeah, that's a long one. And we're not done yet.
No, we're not. But we are close.
Okay, so I made some more edits since the last time we all spoke. Tried to incorporate all the feedback that you gave me, and then I also made a few new edits that I'd like to run by you. I apologize that I sent out another draft so close before the meeting, but I tried to describe the changes that I made, which were I had forgotten to include in the rubric that when we did the RFI, we talked about incorporating in the rubric something to say, if you respond to the RFI, that will be acknowledged when you respond to the RFP if you choose to do so. So on page 19, under references and other, I just added that it would be highly advantageous if the proposer had formally responded to the RFI. It would be advantageous if they had informally responded, and then not advantageous if they did not respond at all. I'm not sure if that's the appropriate way to do that, but I figured it's a starting place, and if you'll have ideas of better ways to organize that, then I welcome them.
I'm just rereading through right here, so I don't, either my fellow members here have an opinion, but I don't have concerns with it.
So just for part of the conversation, when we had discussed giving priority to those that did the RFI, I think we also envisioned a higher number of responses or a more diverse number of responses. And so it may not be the intention of the board, but if we still incorporate that language saying that it's highly advantageous if they did an RFI, you are inadvertently giving proposals with predominant housing as their plan an advantage.
They responded. They chose to do so.
I understand
Right,
that,
right.
but we've also said numerous times that we are trying to be as everybody on a fair playing field, whether or not they chose to respond. And you know, so given more information, I have the ability to say I'm not sure that stance still works.
I believe, I'm sorry. Continue.
So that's just the thought that if we had 6 respondents and there was a different variation of different proposals, RFIs that had come in with different types of proposals, that seems a little more unilateral to keep that language in there. But we said a couple of meetings ago that we are still hopeful that there is a multitude of different options, and we want to be very careful that we're looking at all of them equally. So I'm not sure the fact that the only one official proposal, the other one was unofficial, and if those 2 entities choose to put forth a submission, they are automatically getting a more favorable stance. So, and I'm not saying that's that we shouldn't. I'm just saying that it.
Well, I thought we went to great lengths to say that we wanted a commercial component.
Well, we wanted a multi-use component.
Right,
It didn't say, it didn't,
right.
it could be industrial, could be
Right,
commercial, could be, we wanted mixed use, is what we said.
But I think Scott's concern is if we put language that Mariah proposed based on our RFI contemplation back then of some advantage for someone who responded back then. The only responses we got, one, I forget the language Mariah exactly used, one, you know, that met that did it, and one that just at least responded somewhat.
One formal, one informal.
Informal,
Yeah.
thank you, there we go. Formal and informal having advantage, those would be the only 2 that could have an advantage, and they are.
Well, no, so the way this is proposed, the informal one would also,
We can't.
right.
Legally, only the respondent by the
Okay.
official deadline with an official proposal.
Okay,
can be-
so putting that language in there then would only give one project an
Can I-
advantage over everyone else's, and it was housing directional. That's kind of what
Yeah.
he's getting at, so.
Before that gets too far, you included that language in the RFI.
So we
But we have the ability to retract that, change that. Come on now. We have the ultimate authority. We did not even put this out, though.
Absolutely true, but we have to make right on the things that we stated we would do in the RFI, and so if that was an anticipated outcome of participating, we have to at least make a provision. Does not mean that you have to weight it extremely high, doesn't mean it has to tilt the tables, but
All right.
there needs to be a consideration.
So if there has to be a consideration, I would not use the highly advantageous, and I would put that there's two categories. It's either advantageous or it's not advantageous.
Right. Well, and that's all we have because there's no in between. Those are the only two we
You
can
either
use.
did or you didn't, and it's advantageous or it's not advantageous.
And that's fair.
And you don't,
Okay.
you strike out the highly advantageous.
In the future, in our RFI, depending upon the volume of response in the RFI,
Right.
we may.
Well, and I know that,
Just to say that doesn't help us now. We thought that would be value when we did it. Now it
Right.
doesn't add value.
To
So
be fair, you don't know that it didn't help you. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that in this context it didn't, but if we had not included that, those respondents may never have responded at all.
fair.
And you would have no information to work off of. So I think, I understand
It's a
that.
fair possibility, but I would still argue that the RFI's goal wasn't delivered to me.
No.
Because my wish in doing that, I'm not saying that the process was flawed. My wish in doing that was to have a selection of proposals that would begin and inform this. One of them did, and it did, and both, formal and informal did influence this because we shifted it a little because of it. I'm not saying it didn't add value, but it didn't deliver the value I was looking for. I was hoping to have 4 to 6 at a minimum that gave us some much more
Diverse.
yeah,
robust.
or aligned direction to say this is really where it sounds like development can go successfully. And we got neither.
just to temper all of our expectations, because I would love for you all to receive a dozen responses to this RFP. I'm going to be ecstatic if you get 3. And I think we just want to be really honest with ourselves that we've talked to developers throughout the state, people conducting RFP process like ours, and they're thrilled when they get 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And they were thrilled for us that you received 1 response to your RFI. So I agree with you. You have put a lot of work in this. Mariah's put a lot of work in this. I want you to have as many choices as possible, but we may only get 2 or 3. And it doesn't negate all the work you put into this. And we don't know what you're going to get yet, so it's hard to tell. So I agree. But
I hope you're proven wrong, but
I am
appreciate
hoping-
you're
I hope I'm wrong
minimizing
too.
our expectations to something more real. And I will just say I'm not trying to minimize the work that went into someone responding to the RFI. I'm sure that's a lot, and we knew that going
Yeah,
out
right.
there.
Yeah.
That we may not because it is a lot. So
right.
I just hoped for something that gave us more. It gave us some direction that we didn't have before, but I was hoping for more than that.
Agreed.
That's all.
So I can make
Either
that
way.
change to have its own category and have it be advantageous if they did respond. I believe actually we said it would be highly advantageous. I think it would be highly advantageous or not advantageous at all.
Let me
If
check the.
Just double check.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
I have it in front of me.
You do.
It says.
In the RFI?
Hold on one second. It says written submissions from interested proposers to the RFI will be considered as highly advantageous when assessing formal proposals received during the RFP process. So I think it would be highly advantageous, you would skip advantageous, and then it would be none. And as a reminder, this is not, just because someone has highly advantageous doesn't mean, you ultimately, you're all still reviewing these.
And this is just in that category. Did you
Right.
respond to the RFI? There's
Right.
all the other categories that you're ranking on.
Correct.
Yep.
We have to do it. We have to do it. That's what we said we'd do.
Yep.
Another edit was I had spoken with a colleague of mine from a former job that I had who had expressed interest in learning more about the project that we were doing. And Brian and I had a phone call with him, and he has worked with developers on other projects of other mill buildings. And he had expressed that sometimes developers find online information sessions prior to site visits helpful, especially if they're traveling from kind of far away, so that they can get an idea of what the project is without having to commit to sending someone out for basically a full day trip. And we thought that that was an interesting idea and wanted to put that in front of you. So I had included that language, I forget what page it was,
I saw it. And you
Page
had
4,
Yeah.
it looks
Yeah, I
like.
saw it. You had a notation on it.
Was
and
it go to webinar link? Or
Yeah, it was a
something?
webinar link.
Yep.
Yeah, so my thought was, I believe it was March 7th, which I think was like a couple days after you planned on releasing.
4.
I think you plan on releasing this on March 2nd,
Yep.
which is a Wednesday, which would give basically 2 full days of people reviewing the document, deciding if they wanted to attend an information session. That would be a Monday. We could present here. I can put together like a little slideshow with pictures and basic information. If people want to attend to even see if they want to come out for the site visit, then they could. We figure it's a pretty low investment on our end for potentially a high yield.
Any concerns?
I have no concern.
Okay.
Another edit that I made was just changing it so that both site visits were on Thursdays, so changing from March 9th to March 10th. Chief Holst mentioned that Thursdays are much easier for his schedule, and so because he would need to be with us on site, I wanted to accommodate that.
In the, on page 3, it still says March 9th on the Word document that you sent us.
Oh, I might have made that change after. I'm gonna double check all the dates before
Okay,
I
I
print
just
this
wanted to-
anyways, because there's so many dates that all have to match that
Right.
there's gonna be a lot of that, but thank you.
Yep.
Before you go on, just from the calendar perspective, we can finalize this on the 28th because you'll be preparing to release it, and then we're good. We can always pull it if we have to, but we still have till then to actually finalize, not tonight. Okay.
So our goal is to give you on the 28th a clean copy that hopefully you're
Which
ready
is
to vote
mostly
on.
no change from tonight, assuming we didn't request anything. Okay.
Right.
All right. I was trying to remember that. It's
Yep.
late and I'm going, I don't know if I'm ready to do this now. So. Good. I was hoping.
Yeah, and my hope is that Brian and I can spend more time just proofreading. Obviously, if you all notice anything, send them over. Have somebody who hasn't looked at this at all read through it so that we can
My
make
wife
sure
is
that
going to
there's
be
no
thrilled when I
errors.
ask her to read it.
Mine too. She'll take a little interest, though, so it won't be too bad. But
One thing that I wanted to ask was on page 5, about halfway down, under the proposal submission and selection process, you all need to decide how long you want proposals to be valid for, and that should probably match how long you expect to be reviewing these before awarding it to someone.
didn't we contemplate this in one of the last meetings?
We did, and we didn't come up, we said we were going to talk about it tonight. And here we are.
Yep.
I
Talking about it
inserted
tonight.
120 days as a placeholder. I don't know what the right number
The
is.
due date is off the top of your head, without my scrolling down again, approximately.
For the submittal from them,
the submittal from them.
April 6th.
Yep, it's April. Okay, so. And we assumed weeks of validation, assuming we have a selection of, so probably a couple weeks of vetting everything to validate that they're a conforming submittal. And then that gives us kind of May, June, and July to decide.
Yeah, if you do the
To
120 days, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, it gives us till
July
first week
6th,
in
give or
July.
take,
Yeah.
Works for me.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I think 90 might be too tight.
I
depending
was
on
going
what
to
we
say,
have, and I would like
drop
to,
it,
but
if you drop it down to the first week in June, I just, getting through special, getting through annual.
if we needed a special, who knows? I mean, it's
Yeah,
new fiscal year.
I think sticking with the 120 makes sense. Putting it out to the first week in July, whatever that 120 day mark is. Or can you just leave it as proposals must be valid for 120? We don't have to put a.
We don't have to put a date, yeah.
just the
And that
120.
way too, if you all issue an addendum or something, obviously you could always change that, but if you push a date back, it's still going to be 120 days from whenever it's due.
If we push the submittal for some reason, because we've done it a few times on the other one,
Right.
the 120 would always be.
It's always
from the
fluid.
deadline,
Yeah, it's a
right?
fluid
So,
120
yeah,
from
yeah.
whatever the submittal date is. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
120 it is.
One thing that you don't have to decide tonight, you could decide it on the 28th, but I'd like to have you start thinking about it, is if you want to allot any money to advertise this. I started pulling together some prices from different newspapers and advertising agencies, but Brian and I were talking, I think if you do want to spend some money on advertising, I think it would be money well spent. I also think it would be, I was going to try to give you all a memo that showed different prices for different publications, and it was getting very tedious. And so I think my request would be that if you do want to put money towards advertising, that you pick an amount, and Brian and I can try to work within that to find what seems like you'll get the most viewership for your dollar.
So my immediate question is, I wouldn't begin to even know what the price point is of where I would be taking a stab at the dark at creating a number. I mean, I just don't know what the costs, the advertising costs are, or types of publications that you were attempting to put together, albeit tedious.
And I was going to add, I wouldn't even know where you'd put something like this beyond the places you put public RFPs by standard.
So so usually, we are required to post it in the recorder as our legal ad. But you can choose any newspaper to just put a classified ad in. So any regional newspaper. There's also the Western Mass Business. I forget the actual title of it, but it's a business publication. They take classified ads. Usually, you would be budgeting $40 to $150 for a publication, depending on what the publication is and how big of an ad. Some of them usually it goes by column size. So I asked for starting prices, and that seemed to be about the starting price. Usually you're advertising in the Montague Reporter or the Recorder, but if you're maybe looking to advertise in Springfield, maybe you would be doing it in the Republican newspaper down there. There's a few business journals out of Boston that also offer classified ads like this. There's other real estate publications, things like that.
Yeah, and I was also wondering if there's any listservs or anything like that out there, any organizations that do online notifications of bids going out throughout the state.
Oftentimes they will find you. So when we put out bids, there are sites that will sign up for it, and then they repost it onto their own websites. There's also the Western Mass Economic Development Committee, Brian? Corporation? Council. And we have a page for the IP mill on there, and I reached out to the gentleman who runs it and asked if I could offer him some updated information about it, and let him know that we would be releasing an RFP soon, and asked, I haven't heard back from him, but I asked, does he have, an email list that he sends out to you? And my understanding is that they do. They have kind of I don't know if it's a monthly newsletter or what it is. But when I had spoken with Jessica at FERCOG, who does economic development, she gave me a list of things to consider, and he was one of the people she said to reach out to.
So that's where I'm, and I'm all for looking at, the two larger ones that maybe even out in the Worcester area, the Springfield, Worcester, and Boston, the three publications. Above and beyond our Greenville
I was thinking Worcester too, but exactly.
Those are the three publications throughout the state that makes sense to me. But if we can maximize the number of other councils, groups, committees that also information share this type of thing, any of it you can get online would be beneficial.
So what do you anticipate an amount of money? Do you have an idea, or?
Well, I think now that if you're all interested in publishing in a Worcester, Boston, and Springfield newspaper, I can come up with pricing now. My guess is, I would say $400 to $500 total.
$500, yeah.
It seems
That seems.
Not, I was going to say, not to make it sound like we don't, we want to just spend money, but when you said 40 to 120, I'm like, well, plan 250 to 500 per paper and let's move on. I mean, because if we spent $3,000-$4,000 on advertising and it helped us get the right one, I mean, it's money way well spent
I
in my
figured
mind.
150 a piece and then throw in another 50 on top of that for just in case.
Yeah, and to be clear, that would be
easily, yeah, no, I'm
something
just
small.
saying. Like
if you wanted like a picture or you wanted it to have more, like that would basically probably be like the IP mail, we're accepting RFPs, the address is this, go to this website. 2 columns worth of information. If you wanted to add anything else, the price definitely goes up from there.
If you could check on that, what the range is for, the amount of space when you come back on the.
The hard part is that because I've been trying to get this information, they ask for copy. So I kind of have to write 3 different ads and then ask them how much space they take up. And then I'm like, okay, well, if I want to include a picture, I have to send them a picture and they have to size it appropriate. So it's hard to just get a price.
They don't have a standardized pricing table that they just give you. Got it.
So I think that's why I'm saying, like, if you have kind of a budget that you're looking for, I can make it fit within that budget. So if it was, like you even said, $1,000 or $1,500 or whatever, I have no idea.
Originally, I was thinking like 500. Now I'm reevaluating. Is it, on a multi-million dollar, I'm just thinking, like, in the scale of this, that's not. Yeah. It's not much money in the scale of what we're trying to achieve here. We're trying to make. The only question I would have is what line item $10s of $million project happen. Do we have enough in a line item for a fund?
Into your consulting line item yet, so you have some additional funds in the administration budget.
Okay.
How much?
We have money. I don't think he said how much. He didn't give an amount.
You have funding available for consulting in your budget, and you have not expended it yet.
So is $1,000 enough to start? I would think $1,000 would be adequate.
I think so. And truth be told, if I place these ads and you see them and you're like, these look great, we want to do more, or you're like, these are too small, we'd like to do something more, you have time to place more ads. So, I can come up with some copy in a draft for your next meeting, and you can all just take a look at it and see what you think. And then we could place that round, and if that round goes out and you all say that you want to do more, then we can do that.
Okay. As we're talking about how and where and what, because, I don't know if there's anything west, like Pittsfield ways or something that might make sense as well, but it's not quite the same.
Albany, maybe?
I don't know if that's too far, but yeah, I mean, this isn't a small scale project, so I don't know.
I was going to say, I mean, this is, you're talking, the estimate for one of them was what, 30 million?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, between the demos and the builds and everything
it's a $30
else.
million project. It's not.
It's not small.
And you could get out of state. I know we kept thinking in state, but,
I think Albany, Providence, Hartford. I mean, I don't think that you need to advertise in all of these, but when I think of where developers could be coming from, I don't think that you're specific to
Hartford's a good
this
point. That's
area.
not that far, actually.
It's not. It's closer than Boston.
Yeah, it is. And an easier drive.
Yes, it is.
Oh, goodness. All right, well, I think I like what you're saying, though, Bill, is like, let's think about 1,000, and then if we see some draft proofs and we like them and we're like, hey, let's go further, we can always add to that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Brian, I was thinking, though, when we went to Lawrence, I think it was Lawrence, you and I talked on the way back about economic development and what they were doing. Do you remember what they were? They have their own entity, right, that's doing that?
In each town?
In Lawrence, specifically. They had an economic something, and you'd know the acronym, I was guessing.
I believe they have an Economic Development Corporation.
Corporation, thank you. I wasn't sure if it was a corp or not. EDC, that's what I was in my head. Anyway, I was just getting at, like, could we reach out to them and see? They may know, because they've been doing large development, and they're a public related entity that's doing that. They may have connections, and they're closer to Boston, so they may have connections with where they would publish something. Publications, that kind of thing.
That's a good idea.
That's advantageous for this scale project. They're in a place where that's more common. We're going to do it hopefully once in a long, long time. So.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Okay, enough of that. Sorry. Tangent.
I think that the last two things that you were going to discuss were the 40% affordability requirement. I think you were just going to confirm that. I don't remember. I think that last time maybe you held off because Bill wasn't here. I don't totally remember where you landed with that.
Which was a little bit of just to think it
Okay.
over some more and make sure that was the right number or the number we're choosing at the moment. I mean, I don't know if there's a right per se.
Yeah, I think one of my just causes for pause was it's 40% of what? And so we don't even know what that's translating. Anytime you start getting into a percentage requirement that you don't have a solid foundation for what the proposal would be, you're not really sure what you're asking. But I think, in part of that conversation, we're at 0 right now. So if you put a percentage on anything, it's at least a step in the right direction. So
And I think it should be more than 10 because we want to get to 10. And if we don't encourage
Correct.
more than 10 to
If-
start, we're never going to get there.
You're never going to get there. So 40% of this project probably equates to 1%, of the total town.
If we're lucky, yeah.
So I'm fine with leaving it as is. It's 40%.
So, okay, yeah. I am as well. I mean, that was the figure that we were using for senior housing.
Right, and it just...
At Care Drive was 40%.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
Another thought that I had spoken with Jackie about was she had brought up that if you split off the about 6 acres of developed land from the rest of it, you should actually probably include more than that because the developer will need to meet the density requirements of the zoning. And I had not thought of that. So this is not, you don't have to include any of this in the RFP, but for the future, when you consider actually doing that, just keep in mind that you may actually have to split off 10, 12, 15 acres so that that parcel has enough empty acreage that the density of the developed area is not too much. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but
It does,
Okay.
yeah. Depending on the process we're using. Makes sense. Just reinforces why we're not doing it now. So we know what's going.
Right.
and I think that was all the questions that I had for you.
Any feedback so far? for you,
No.
Mariah? I mean, I want to go through the selection, the Appendix A a few more times, and the evaluation, developer selection criteria and all that a little bit better, but
I mean, I've sent you just a couple of things that I had, but I have not gotten past those edits yet to do more. So I will take the next week or so to do those.
Sure.
What was the deadline date?
For,
Submission?
oh, it's the 6th, April 6th?
April 6th.
Okay.
with us assuming we're putting it out on March 2nd.
Right, that, we'd have to be, next meeting, we have
Next
to be able to
meeting, we have to
finalize it
finalize
and
it.
approve it.
Yeah, so the current timeline is that it would be released March 2nd if you all approve it on the 28th.
Okay.
Site visits would be March 10th and 17th, and then their final questions would have to be to us by March 22nd, and then their proposals would be due April 6th.
Okay.
You okay if we send this to council?
Yeah. Yep, it's definitely ready for that.
Okay. Oh, one other thing that you don't have to necessarily even talk about tonight, but I wanted to have you all think about was, I think it would be worthwhile to have someone document the complex before we hand it over to someone who, whether they're demolishing all or portions of it. I think that it's a piece of Erving's history. And so I would recommend potentially hiring a photographer or someone to come in and somehow document just the current state of things. And then down the line, if someone, as we all hope, turns that into something much different than it is today, you will have photo evidence to look back on and show before and afters and reflect on, you know, how far you've come, rather than, I would hate to see in 5 years we have this great new building and someone new moves to town and they have no idea how far they've come.
That's very interesting.
Charlie Zielinski had previously taken some drone photos for us and expressed that he'd be happy to take pictures inside. I haven't talked to him about that recently. Whether it's him or someone else, I think it would be worthwhile to document that.
I do before and afters when I do big projects. So
I was going to say, I wish I did, and some of them I've done before, and try 2 cents, so yeah, I get it.
Yep.
And we've got some time, for sure, before anything's happening, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it
Ton
may
of
feel
work.
anticlimactic, but it's good. So we don't have a lot to say, because it's right there, right?
Yep.
So, thank you for all the efforts. With that, anything else the board has? I believe we've covered everything on the agenda.
You have an emphatic,
Not
that's
over there, I know.
everything, yes.
At 10:20, I know. It's been a long
It's
night. We
10:20.
started early. With that, we'll meet on the 28th. That agenda will probably be pretty full by the time we get there, but that's okay.
Yep.
Motion to adjourn at 10:20 PM.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everyone.